Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, 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 everyone. Please let me know you can hear me and see me. I was having a little bit of an issue before starting. So I do see that Super Strike 9 is already in the sandbox, saying, the more I hear C. Carney, the more I like him with his financial background. He's the best option we have in the current trade war climate. And Risa Molnar, I'm not sure I've seen you in the sandbox before, so welcome. Pierre hates questions. He takes the most criticism when it comes to Carney, the propagandist journalist. Ask him simple questions, and when they get too hard, he dodges or cancels or says, And I would say the exact same thing about Pierre Poilievre. It all depends on the algorithms, you see. You know, sometimes they serve up Mark Carney not answering questions, and sometimes they serve up Pierre Poilievre not answering questions. The reality is, they're both not that great. Pierre Poilievre, though, is a lot worse, and we're going to get into some of the instances that he's had recently with reporters trying to ask questions and the restrictions he's putting on them. Because right now, reporters are still welcome in Mark Carney's events, like up close, not just like in some sort of fenced off area far, far away where they have to scream out questions and they only get limited to a certain amount of questions. Mark Carney is still a lot more flexible when it comes to that sort of thing. And he also doesn't talk down to the media the same way that Pierre Poilievre does. But, you know, as is with most politicians, when it comes to directly answering questions from the media, both of them are not that great. That's the politician way. They both have their issues when it comes to, you know, just being direct, answering yes and no and all that sort of stuff. Okay, Super Strike 9 is saying that we can hear and see ya. Great. Yeah, it's right before I was starting, my camera wasn't hooking up to my OBS, and I was kind of freaking out because I didn't know what was wrong. I changed which port it was plugged into, and it seemed to snap back. So, you know, a little disconcerting to have that happen right before you try going online. After, you know, because by the time I test the system to see if it's up and going, I've already spent, like I've been working at this since noon, trying to get all the stories I wanted to put together, all the articles, read through them, watch them, all that sort of stuff. I really, really need to do a better job of spreading out that load. So I'm not trying to do it just the day of, but like I take out the tabs and stuff earlier, a day or two ahead of time, and then I have more time to kind of go over everything. So I'm not like spending 5 hours and then doing like a 4-hour long live stream. Although I don't know if this one will be 4 hours. You know, we have no mods in the sandbox, so no one there to remind me how long I'm not going or going. But welcome. I do appreciate everyone who's come out because I've also decided to try something a little new. And now you can become a member of my channel, which is very important to me right now because my Patreon failed this month to pay out, and I don't know why. And I'm in talks with Patreon right now because it shows that it paid out with a failure, as in I didn't get the money, but it's no longer there. So I can't just pay out again because the money's gone into the abyss. So I am talking to Patreon about it because before I was a little bit reluctant to have memberships on my YouTube channel because I wanted to have that dual backup. Because I've heard too many horror stories of YouTube just demonetizing people and then they're left with like zero revenue. Or, you know, vice versa. So in this instance, it's now Patreon is not paying me out and doesn't have my money. And again, it's not like it's a lot of money, but when you live with poverty and disabilities, it's a lot of money. It helps. Every little bit helps. And so I'm in talks with them right now to try to get that sorted out. But in the meantime, if you're more likely to become a member on YouTube, now would be a great time. I have 3 tiers. They're all the same right now, like different rates. I got to work at making the badges, making other perks and stuff. I'm just kind of overwhelmed right now with all the other things that I'm doing, the election, the other projects that I'm doing. So I don't know how much attention that I can pay to it right now. Really, signing up to become a member is just a way of showing your support for my channel at this point in time. And there will be perks eventually. But I have the 3 levels. There's feldspar, granite, and quartz. And those sound probably pretty random. They're not. I decided to Google it. They're types of sand. They're elements in sand, and you're in the sandbox. So I figured that makes sense to have, little names after bits of sand to be in the sandbox, because you want a short title for the different tiers. And, things like, I was trying to think like, would anyone know if I understand if I did like a doggy dig, like those kids that would dig out in the sand and make a pit, and then that's a bit too much. There's a sand castle, but then what are the sand things do you do? And all, so I could have done like beach, river, and stuff too, but again, that doesn't make much sense. So I just decided, let's go with the elements of the sand. So feldspar, granite, and quartz are the options, and one is $1.99, $4.99, and $10.99. So please, you right now, the people who are watching, have the chance to become my very first member on YouTube. I'm just saying, you will have my forever gratitude if you become the first member on my YouTube. It should be working. Well, also that would just let me know it's working if somebody were to do that, because I imagine I get some sort of notification. But let's see. Super Strike 9 is saying that Poilievre is way worse, probably responding to Riza's question, which, yeah, that's the thing. I'm liking Mark Carney better, but I don't like him. It's let's just say I'm not as worried as I was when he first came on the scene, is probably the best way of saying it. Like, ideally, would I want him as Prime Minister when it comes to Carney? Yes. When it comes to even Jagmeet Singh? Yes. But I'm not a fan of the Liberals in general because of their policies and what they've done. And I do find it interesting how Mark Carney does seem to be separating himself a little, not as much as we would like, of course. If you're progressive and you're a fan of my channel, then there's still a litany of issues that Mark Carney has, that he doesn't go nearly far enough on the things we want, that sort of thing. So it's not like it's a raging endorsement of him. I'm just like, it's not so bad. It's not so bad. Could probably tolerate 4 years of him. And then hopefully we get our, Canadian version of Bernie Sanders in the meantime, in the next 4 years, springing up to take over the NDP, because Jagmeet Singh is not going to be in leader. I don't think he's going to be holding on. Let's put it that way. I do not think Jagmeet Singh will remain leader after this election of the NDP. And Super Strike 9 saying loved Carney's interview with Nardwull, I think is how you say their name. I don't know. I watched a part of it. It's a little bit too campy for my liking. And I do also, again, find it a little bit interesting how much attention online that interview got, because he also interviewed Jagmeet Singh. And they both did the hip flip thing, which was I did not know that was a thing. But both Jagmeet and Mark did the hip flip with this. I didn't even know who he was, this Nardwull guy. So, but it's, I do appreciate when they participate in these sorts of things. Like, again, he was probably a bit too campy for my liking, but I do appreciate it when, prospective leaders embrace, you know, the different elements of Canadian culture, because I get the feeling just from what I saw of this guy and his following and stuff that he's probably a lot more well known than I knew. um, because there's so many nooks and crannies to Canadian culture. And, you know, going on any sort of show to promote yourself, especially if it's online, I support, because that's where most people are sending their eyeballs these days, is on online, on different social media platforms, YouTube channels, and things of that sort. So any way to kind of embrace that and get out there, I do support. And it would have been nice to see Pierre Poilievre do it. I'd have to check. I don't think he did. Because another thing that I like about it is it shows, even if it's fake, that they're not taking themselves so seriously if they go on something like that. That they have a sense of humor, that they're normal people able to participate in that. So I do appreciate when they do that sort of thing. Like, I liked when Mark Carney went on The Daily Show as kind of his way to announce himself to the Canadian market. Let's see. So we also have Jet and Mark and Mozart come into the Sandbox. Hello, hello. Let's see. And Super Strike 9 saying I'd be voting NDP if they had a chance. Yeah, I would definitely prefer the NDP. They don't have a chance. But still, my endorsement is ABC, anyone but Conservative. So if the riding you're in, it's more likely the NDP is going to beat, especially if there's like an incumbent NDP MP, vote the NDP. But if it's Liberal, vote Liberal. I'm in a Liberal riding. It's probably a safe Liberal riding, although I've been seeing a lot of Conservative signs around. And that's the thing. Why I don't like the polls. Don't listen to the polls. Don't look at the polls. Don't pay any attention to the polls. Vote like every riding matters. Vote like, just assume there is no safe riding and assume all ridings are flippable. So even though this is technically speaking a safe Liberal riding, do not vote under that pretense. Vote like it's under threat, because for all we know, it is. And it's about just getting out and voting and making sure that your vote counts. And I just jostled my camera there because, like I said, I had to change the port to where my web camera is, and it's right in my kicking way when I keep on shifting in my chair. Let's see. Jet says, I hate being poor. I understand, because I know you would love to support me. And eventually after this election and after my TYT video, you'll be able to help me out again when I start clipping things again on a regular basis. And you can help me edit those clips down. Let's see. Mark Carney, Carney's General Circus, Mark Carney, Mozart. I'm not even entirely sure of the reference, but it says, just kidding, he's fine given the options. Yeah, I think it's just given the options. So Super Strike 9, Nardwall was who asked Kretchen back in the day and got the pepper on the plate answer. Nardwall usually interviews musicians and has since the early 90s. I don't know that. And John Ladd, don't think I've seen you in the Sandbox before, so welcome. Just saying this is sad. And, you know, if that's trying to insult me, you're going to have to be a little bit more clear in your messaging, because I don't know what that means. I'm too autistic. So it's like the state of the election is sad. The state of what leaders we have is sad. My lighting is sad. My camera is sad. My background is sad. I'm sad. I'm not actually terribly sad right now. Like, if you're going to try to do a dig at me, you have to be a little bit more specific, is what I'm saying. Like, if you think my takes are pathetic, just say you think my takes are pathetic, because that's a very valid, you know, opinion to have of my takes if you don't agree with me. But I also won't care. So have at it. So yeah, you have to be a lot more specific. And Mozart saying, yeah, that's why I asked. But also, for those of you who would like to see a very different type of interview, I was on the Letter Hack show. Yeah, me, was on the Letter Hack show on Friday as, let's see, let's put that over there, interviewing for my book, Necroplasm. Only I wasn't there as me. I was there as Minuet from my book. So I was dressed up as a vampire and I was answering all the questions like I was a vampire. And it was a lot of fun. I love, kind of role playing because I'm into improv and things of that sort. So I had a lot of fun just pretending to be the character from my book. But the tricky part is I still wanted to give substantive answers to Letter Hack about the writing process and stuff. So, I had to find little workarounds about that. But, any excuse I get to dress up as a vampire, I'm on it. So go check it out. It was fun. I didn't gain any sales because of it. But, it is what it is. Maybe one of these days, my book will just explode in popularity or something. Let's see. And then, yeah, I think some more people are just looking for some clarity from John Ladd. Yeah, the Sandbox is a place for discourse. I would just caution the type, not because I'm suppress free speech and all that sort of stuff. It's just, it's not a great platform for nuanced conversations. That's all. It's very hard. People can take things out of context. And sometimes I see things going on and I get worried because it's like, I think some people just inferred inflections that weren't there. Again, I'm very autistic, so this is very much my existence with people inferring things and hearing it in their own internal voice. So they interpret a short little message very differently. And so I can see sometimes the back and forths have gotten out of hand because of that. Yeah, so nuanced conversation. Not the greatest place to have it in the Sandbox. I'm just saying it's a little bit challenging in there. And I do like to give people the benefit of the doubt, especially if you're new to the Sandbox. And even if you're somebody who totally doesn't agree with me, but you're in here because you sincerely want to see the other side or want to hear the other opinions or want to try to get, a take from a leftist perspective, then I actually very much encourage that. And, I don't want to see people being insulted because they ask, maybe an off-putting question if they do it sincerely, if it's coming from a place of genuinely wanting to know. I'm cool with that because unlike what some people online say, we do embrace actually talking to the other side. It's just picking and choosing our battles. Would I ever go talk to Charlie Kirk? No, there's no point. He doesn't believe I should exist as a person, and the amount of damage he's done to people and harm he's caused. And he's also not a what's the word? I do this a lot where I rely on the Sandbox to read my mind. Good faith actor is what I was thinking. He has his own agenda and stuff of that sort. But if somebody from center or right comes to my Sandbox, which is what I called my chat, by the way, then, I want to give them the benefit of a doubt. But also, if there's any slurs, any name calling that happens, yeah, you're going to get banned. Because no slurs, no name calling. Let's see. Hello, Atticus Among Us. Let's see. Just John Ladd was just advertising their Substack. Okay. Well, I would have no interest in it. So thank you, Mozart, for being on top of that. Also, I've been tinkering around with my drawing of Emma. Let's see. Probably looks very much similar to when you guys last saw it, but I wasn't happy with the eye area, like this area over here, and I've cleaned it up a little bit, and I'm liking it a little bit better, and I've been playing with the hair over here a little bit more, because again, I'm not liking it a terrible amount, but I'm liking it better. So I don't think it's done yet, because I think I still want to tinker just a little bit, but I'm definitely a lot happier with how it's turned out. And part of me just feels like I should just start over. The thing is that I need a better picture. That's the thing. I was just using a screen grab. It's not the greatest detail, and it's hard for me to imagine detail and still have it look like the person. The more detailed the picture, the better the drawing. Great drawing of Anna. That's Emma, not Anna. I'm not drawing Anna. Soul Life is Quaker or slur? I don't know. I don't know. But for those of you who are trickling in, just saying, now's your chance to really get on my good side and become the first member to my YouTube channel. I now have a membership option of feldspar, quark, and granite. Not in that order. I literally just Googled it like 5 minutes before, like as I was signing up to do this, thinking, oh, right, I need to think of names for these tiers and Googling sand and all that sort of stuff to try to figure it out. So I might totally forget what the names of the tiers are. And I got to work on making like emojis and all those sort of things and badges and stuff. And I'll be on it. I just, other projects on my brain. One that is definitely like a primary project, despite the election, is this other book that I keep on mentioning that I can't tell you guys about. There we go. So I've gifted one Left of the Box membership. How nice. So I guess it's working. Oh. Yeah, Super Strike 9 was joking about it being Anna. Like I said, it's hard sometimes to joke in the sandbox, but pretty much everything I hear, I will initially take a sarcastic humor, because that's the way I talk. Oh, but I do have like some Canadian political news to go over, because I do political news. Yeah, so Life saying, don't forget to enable gifted membership so you can receive the free membership. Talking to the chat, because I think normally it would say who the gifted membership goes to. And I'm thinking that I will start doing less serious live streams, more of like chills and chats or something for members only. But when it comes to things like information, like the articles and stuff I'm going to go over, I will never put those behind a paywall because I find them important. And even a lot of the things that I do, like the chatting and stuff, as somebody who lives with poverty, I would have a hard time keeping it behind a paywall. So I might have some live streams that are initially just for members, and then after a few days or something, make it public. Because, yeah, I just, as somebody who can't subscribe to the channels I would like to subscribe to get all the bonus stuff. And it's not so much that I don't want to, it's just that I can't go subscribing to all these things. And, you know, sometimes it makes you feel like you're left out of the conversation, that your voice doesn't matter as much, that it's harder to be informed when you can't access all the same information. Yeah, I've had this problem a lot, especially trying to engage with politics, where it's like, I want to do more, I want to be more involved, but then it's like, oh, well, now you have to pay $150 in order to take this program or something. And there's no sliding scale or anything like that. Or, you know, just becoming part of politics, like going to a convention for the NDP costs a lot of money. If you're a member of the NDP, they will sometimes have a few tickets for people with low income to go. But once you're there, you still have to pay for meals and all this sort of stuff, or a hotel room and whatnot. So it's still not cheap. So when it comes to things like my vampire book, Necroplasm, and reading the chapters of it, that will be behind a paywall. But there are other things that if it's about information, policy, things of that sort, or if it's like a serious talk about mental health and whatnot, I don't like keeping those behind paywalls. So I think what I'll do is they might initially be behind paywalls and then not. And there might be like Q&A type things for members. But again, I feel so bad doing that sort of thing because I'm somebody who can't afford to participate in those things, which is why, you know, I read a whole bunch of chats, not just the occasional super chat that I get in, because I want to make sure that the people who are part of my community feel like they're part of my community, that you're all included. And I value all of you who watch this channel, not just the people who can afford to send me things. And so really when you send a super chat or become a patron and all that sort of stuff, it's more just about supporting my ability to make this content as opposed to getting perks, unfortunately, because that's the way I work. Because I do understand people wanting those perks for paying. It's just right now it's more just about supporting what I do. Because like I said, I live with poverty. I don't have that much extra in the way of spending cash. It's hard to build my channel, grow my channel when you're constantly stressed about money and things of that sort. So it's not about getting extras. It's just about supporting this. And when you support my channel, then you're supporting all the other people too that want to see this content, that want to have my perspective on things as somebody who lives with disabilities and poverty and is part of the LGBTQ plus community. Somebody who talks openly about mental health and disabilities and things of that sort. So let's see. So did that membership go to anyone yet? Hello, Jack Kara. Hope you're all doing well. Well, I hope you're doing well. It normally says if it goes to someone, doesn't it? So has it not, has Soul Life gifted a membership and it not gone to Super Strike 9, it can definitely be hard to know if people are joking, being sarcastic. Yeah, when all of this text messaging and online chat began, I realized at a very, very early stage, my humor does not translate online through typing. You have to know me. You have to hear some of the inflections sometimes, and even then it's not that great. Because when I first started making videos and as I was editing them and hearing them back, I was like, oh, now I can understand why people aren't getting my sarcasm. Because the way I was hearing it in my head was not the same way the inflections were coming out, because how you hear it in your own ears is different than how other people hear your voice. And so as I've been progressing with my content and editing my videos more, it's kind of like I've been learning how to do different inflections to try to communicate better when I'm being sarcastic, because that is definitely where my humor lies. And even then, it has still gotten lost in the mix. And it's with the political environment these days, it's harder and harder to rely on sarcasm for humor. Because sarcasm was basically like, no, this is so outlandish, nobody would believe that anyone would believe this, only to find out that we are absolutely in a world where I could say the most absurd, outlandish thing, and there are people who sincerely believe it. Like the humor, the art of sarcasm is being erased right before us. Oh, let's see. Atticus Among Us. That's what emojis are for. Yeah, but there's not a real sarcastic emoji yet that would help. You would do like the /S to maybe help. But even then, Mozart. Facial expressions are critical in most cases. Yes, they are. And I tend to have a very expressive face. Let's see. Well, people do like Anna's hair, so credit where credit is due, I suppose. Soul Life, it might take just a few days if the channel was just monetized. The same thing happened on Jackson's channel. It took about a week before gifts were received. Ah, yeah, so this happened like earlier today, so it could be a while. Let's see, how are we doing for viewership? Okay, so we got about 14 people watching. Hello, Bobby. And I do actually have like news to go over. I'm just in a chatty mood, that's all. That's all. And yeah. I was busy putting everything together today, but yesterday I was working on my other side project and so much on the go. And there's a few things that I'm like desperately waiting to hear back on that are just driving me crazy. I had to make new social media accounts for the unknown author that I'm going to be soon. I'm just like, I hate it. I hate doing all my own promotions and taking care of all my social medias and things of that sort. I need somebody else to like do all of that for me, but I'm also too much of a control freak to allow that to happen. So it's kind of like I need somebody else to set it up and remind me to do it. Oh. Let's see, we're Soul Life. We're mocking the TYT main chat. There's always someone almost verbatim saying Anna's hair is perfect. Okay. My hair is depends on the day. And I love my hair being curly. There's no doubt about it. I love it being kind of curly. But it's super, super thin. And I'm trying to take like vitamins and stuff to help it. But it's a genetic thing, unfortunately. So I can't actually do much with it that I would like to do and make it look fuller and things of that sort. So it's hard to do a lot of what I would like to do with my hair because of how thin it is. It's just, it doesn't seem to look that thin given how curly it is. It has a lot of volume. But I would definitely love like longer, thicker hair. So I can't say my hair is perfect, but it's perfectly curly. Let's see, but should probably get into it. Let's see, where am I starting? Am I starting with how the leaders are interacting with the media, or was I going to start with, I think I was going to start with this, some more policy-based issues and whatnot. Yeah, okay, so, and then I got to check in Firefox to make sure all the tabs are visible. I've switched over to using Firefox for a lot of my browser stuff, which is a bit of a pain in the ass. Because on Google Chrome, it would squish all the tabs. And so like if you have a whole bunch of Twitter tabs open, you'll just see like a tiny X and a bazillion tiny X's and stuff. But the thing is that they're still all visible in the main bar. Whereas with Firefox, it will scroll. And so if you're not paying close enough attention, there's tabs in the bar that you're not seeing. And so I have to make sure that, okay, it looks like all of them are visible, so I'm not going to miss any. Because that happened last time where I missed a couple tabs because they were scrolled off screen. But yeah, I had to switch over to Firefox because a certain plugin I use was no longer usable in Google Chrome. And it's a very good plugin for making things watchable. Hey, why is it off? It should be on. Here we go. I must have turned it off briefly for something. Refreshing the page. There we go. Yes, I am talking about an ad blocker. My favorite ad blocker is no longer usable in Google Chrome. And it was doing a great job of making my viewing experience easier. but it's still workable on Firefox, so I've been moving all of my open tabs to Firefox. And then I was also working to make it so that my Twitter accounts, my Blue Sky accounts, my Instagram accounts, that I can switch easier between my different profiles, because now I have 3. One, again, that I keep on teasing you guys with, and I don't mean to. It's just, you know how much I love to talk about my book, Necroplasm. I want to talk about my other book that much, but I can't, and you'd understand why. And I also talk about a lot of my frustrations and stuff, and I'm having frustrations trying to make social media accounts for this other author name. It is what it is. So I've been able to add the accounts to Twitter, Instagram, and Blue Sky on my desktop. On my phone, though, for some reason, I can't get Twitter to do it. Blue Sky and Instagram, I can switch to the different profiles on my phone, but not Twitter. Twitter is a pain in the ass. Let's see. Mozart, I used to catch a lot of free memberships, but not for a couple months now. My thinking is that they figured out how to make distribution more equitable, but I don't know. I don't mind just saying. Yeah, because I'm in a lot of chats where there's like, ooh, 30 memberships being given out, and I've been in those chats plenty of times and not gotten any for some of these channels. I think I've only been given a subscription for a month because somebody directly gave it to me, and because I got an email about it saying who it was, and that person didn't want to know it was them who gave it to me. They wanted to be anonymous with it, but the email told me who it was, so I thanked them, and they're like, oh, you know? But other than that, I haven't been gifted a membership. I don't think I've gotten any from when there's like these bulk ones. But let me know if you also want a lower tier, because I think the lowest I have is $1.99 Canadian. It can go down to 99 cents Canadian, but then I'm like, is that what, 50 cents American? So I could do a 99 cents one. Let's see. Okay, we should probably get into it. I've been like chatting for almost, oh my gosh, 40 minutes now. About what? I don't know. But you guys are still listening, so hey. All this work to start a stream early just so that I could get to the stuff earlier and end earlier. And just for me to end up rambling about stuff. But let's actually, if I do this, go to this screen, it prompts me to actually be like, yeah, I should get to what I've actually got prepared for the day. But I'm getting super distracted by the Sandbox. Super Strike 9, gotta bounce and finish up making dinner. Take care, everyone. Well, thank you for stopping in. And hello, Bad Lefty. So yes, who will be the first official member of my Oh, there we go. There we go. Nadia Yvette Chambers, the first member, official member to my YouTube channel and at the quartz level. Wow. Thank you so much. Part of the reason why I was thinking I should do the membership thing is when I was on the Letter Hack show on Friday, he's going to do that scroll thing, and all these names were popping up, and I'm like, are those all your mods? And he's like, no, those are my members. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm guessing people are more likely to sign up for YouTube members than patrons. But super appreciate it, Nadia. Welcome to the quartz level. Hello, Dan Mickle. Yo, Sandy. How are you doing today? I'm good. Also, become a feldspar. Why, thank you. Those are all sand terms, if you're wondering. Feldspar, granite, and quartz are parts of sand because you're in the sandbox. I hope you guys like those names. But yeah, if you're just popping in now, check out my interview that I had with Letter Hack on Friday. I went to talk about my book, Necroplasm. Now that I'm like not even in my main screen, went to talk about my book, Necroplasm, and I did it as a character from the book. I was a vampire. So it was a lot of fun, and Letterhack seemed to also enjoy it. But yeah, super appreciate people becoming members. It helps to support the channel and helps to get people informed about the election that's happening. Let's see. A name I can't read beats. Pierre demolishes reporters. LMAO. I think you meant to say Carney hates questions. They both do. They both do. It's just Pierre Poilievre is worse, and he hates questions more. And I have a whole docket about that. But before we get into that, we're going to get into some policy issues. Because, I like to pay attention to policies. So let's see. So here we have Courtney. I don't know how to say their last name. Just an account that was tweeting out clips. Here's Poilievre's vision for dealing with addiction. Says they'll use pay for the performance model based on results and severity of cases with startup funding for drug-free doctrine groups. Yeah. Pierre Poilievre is all about getting rid of the supervised consumption sites, which is detrimental, harmful. And then he sends us some information that seems a little off, and we'll get into that in just a moment. So we'll pay for it by cutting off safe supply, suing drug companies, and cutting bureaucracy. It's not going to sue drug companies. I'm just saying. He's not going to do that. He's too much in the pocket of them. So let's hear what he has to say. But yeah, cutting off safe supply or supervised consumption sites, also kind of what they mean by that, that will cost lives. So what if somebody relapses? It happens. And a lot of these drug-free institutions end up being very harmful to people if they're forced to go into them. I do believe they should exist for the people who feel like it is the best option for them. So I'm not against drug-free institutes to try to get people help with their addictions. I'm totally not against that. But it has to be one of many options because no one way will work for everyone. And so it has to be part of a multi-layered template of different things that you can do. And supervised consumption sites are an absolute must. They save lives. And having just this vague, like, oh, if these organizations are proven to keep people free of drugs and all that sort of stuff, what kind of metrics are you going by then? Like, how do you calculate that in the future? What if they relapse in the future? Then does that organization no longer get the funding because they can't prove that they're keeping people drug-free? Oh, somebody just said it's muted. Can't hear it. You can hear me, though. Let's see. I was having some really big issues with, because it's not muted. Like, there's the option to actually mute the audio. It's not muted. Let's see. Okay, it went to default. I think it's this one.
Addiction.
There we go. Okay, let's start that over. Luckily, we didn't get too far into it. Thank you, Jet, for letting me know. Because I saw that, and Mozart with all the little screaming at me and people. Yeah, I appreciate it. Still appreciate it. You guys are my producers. I just have to get better at reminding myself to look over. Okay, so let's start this video over again, but I don't need to fill you in on that wonderful commentary I just gave you. You'll know the context now.
Facilities with a proven track record of getting people off drugs. And we're going to use a new pay-for-performance model. So instead of just having organizations fill out application forms, get grants, and then file the paperwork to tell us what they did later on, what we will do is pay organizations that successfully get addicts drug-free through verified drug testing and confirmation after the fact.
And that's where I paused it to give you all that lovely commentary.
We'll pay a higher fee to organizations that help tougher cases, and obviously a more modest fee for addictions treatment that is less severe, for a less severe case. So think about organizations like the Oak Center in Winnipeg, Harvest House in Ottawa and in Moncton, or countless others like them. What they do is they take people off the streets, they give them treatment, they give them detox, counseling, group therapy, physical exercise, sweat lodges for First Nations, job placement, housing transition, and they get them back on their feet.
There was just a little something he said in there that was just, it could be they were taken off the street. That sounds very, very forceful. Again, all of these programs need to be optional for people. But I do like the idea of it being completely comprehensive. It's you help them get jobs, you help them get housing, you help them with counseling and all that sort of stuff. It is absolutely needed to do that. But, to force people into these programs never works. And thank you again, Nadia. You're being so generous with a €5, I think that is, super chat. Hallo schön aus der Freien Zone Berlins. I nailed it. I just want to see Homo Daddy last night. It sounds like he wants HIV to explode, punish the sinners. I have no idea what you're talking about. But, hello, MIDI doctors. You were watching reruns of something I saw. Sapphire and Steel. Okay. And we also have Monope who's joined in, and I'm getting distracted by the Sandbox again. Okay, so let's go back.
Organizations that have a proven track record of doing that are going to get funded from my program, and so that they can expand. Those that are starting from scratch, but that have the drug-free doctrine, they will get some seed funding to get up and off the ground so that they can start operating. But their go-forward funding will be based on how long they keep prior addicts off drugs.
So if people start relapsing, then what? Like, how long in the future does this go to?
We have to start paying for results, not for buzzwords on application forms, not for who has the best lobbyist or consultant that knows how to work the bureaucracy to get a grant. We want proven results that we will pay for. And by the way, speaking of paying for it, we're not going to just add more expense to the government. I'm going to pay for it by cutting off the taxpayer-funded unsafe supply of opioids.
They don't provide the drugs. They provide supervised consumption sites, which are very safe and beneficial, as we'll get into.
By suing the drug companies that caused this crisis in the first place.
He's never going to do that.
And by getting rid of back office bureaucracy. We want frontline, community-based, bottom-up organizations that get people off drugs.
And so Guy Felicia, somebody who is an advocate for supervised consumption sites, was responding to Pierre Poilievre's tweet here, which we'll get to in just a moment. But Guy Felicia was saying, facts at Pierre Poilievre when it comes to supervised consumption sites. I wouldn't be alive if it weren't for those. My kids wouldn't be alive. Every time I overdose, harm reduction services help me access recovery treatment. Every time I relapse, they welcomed me back and then helped me get back into recovery over and over. Why would you be against this is the question I have. I've said it for years and will continue to be a voice for both harm reduction and recovery. Otherwise, people are going to die faster than they can recover. I'm sure you don't want that, right? And so he was quote tweeting this from Pierre Poilievre, who says, "These are the facts on drug consumption sites." And this is from The Lancet, saying, responding to the opioid crisis in North America and beyond, recommendations of the Sanford Lancet Commission. There's no evidence that accessing a site lowers an individual's risk of fatal overdose over time, or that the sites lower community overdose rates. I know this to not be the case. I know that supervised consumption sites help, because you have people like Guy Felicia who wouldn't be alive today if it weren't for that. And as with a lot of things, when you see them from conservatives, fact check NDP and liberals too, it's best to look further into it to see the context, to find where they're pulling this quote from. So it does say that this is from February 5th, 2022, The Lancet. So I Googled it, because a lot of times you can just type in what you see here and the article will pop up. So I did that, and this is from February 5th, 2022, responding to the opioid crisis in North America and beyond, recommendations of the Sanford Lancet Commission. I'm not being weird with this, and if you guys know, I would appreciate it. I could not find the quote here. So you see here, he's quoting, "There's no evidence that accessing a site lowers an individual's risk of fatal overdose." I don't know where that is on here. Because if I just click on here even, all I get is all of these things that to download. I tried looking in a couple of them, but I can't find the quote. So just sending out a tweet with a title and a quote is very misleading, especially when you try going to the source and you can't find it, because it's not on this page. I tried looking. So the Sanford Lancet Commission on North America Opioid Crisis was formed in response to soaring opioid-related morbidity and mortality in the USA and Canada over the past 25 years. The commission is supported by Sanford University and brings together diverse Sanford scholars and other leaders, experts across the USA and Canada, with the goals of understanding the opioid crisis, proposing solutions and crisis domestically, and attempting to stop its spread internationally. Unlike some other Lancet commissions, this one focuses on long-entrenched problem that has already been well characterized, including several reviews by the National Academics of Science, Engineering, and Medicine. The commission therefore focuses on developing coherent, empirical grounded analysis of the causes and solutions to the opioid crisis. And I don't know where he is pulling that quote from, because I can click there. Okay, let's see. That's the opening sentence again. Because if we go back here, we can say no evidence. So we just need to word search that. And it's not that there is no evidence words here. Let's see if anybody knows. I'll go back to some of the other messages and stuff in there, but yeah. I tried looking because I want to know the context of what he's saying, and I couldn't find it. Because if I go back to the commission, it takes me back to the first page I was on. But let's go to an actual reliable source. So Pierre Poilievre is stating or quoting, sharing this, there is no evidence that accessing a site lowers an individual's risk of fatal overdose over time or that sites lower community rates, overdose rates. This here is from the Government of Canada. Let's see what it has to say, because this is about data on supervised consumption sites in Canada, including the number of visits, client demographics, client safety, drugs uses, and overdoses. And let's go here. So general summary, January 2017 to November 2024, overall results from data reported to Health Canada during this period indicated that there were over 5 million total visits, under 500,000 unique clients, over 62,000 non-fatal overdoses, and just under 600,000 total referrals. And let's go here. Non-fatal overdoses, over 45,000. Fatal overdoses, 0. This 45,000 at these supervised consumption sites could have been fatal had they been done anywhere else. But since it happened at the supervised consumption site, they were able to be treated right away. So overdoses requiring use of naloxone, over 18,000. So because they were supervised and monitored and were able to get the help they needed, there were 0 fatal overdoses in supervised consumption sites. So what Pierre Poilievre is putting in his little tweet here is not accurate. Not accurate at all. These supervised consumption sites have been proven to help. There are communities who want these programs, people who use these programs who finally, when they're able to get healthy and break their addictions, say that it was because of these sites and being able to go back to them over and over again. Because in order for somebody to become healthy and break their addiction, there needs to be things like a fundamental shift in their things in their life that would support that. But if you just try to force somebody to break an addiction, but you're not changing their environment, their situation, their material reality, they can't break that addiction because it's usually a coping mechanism. The addiction is a result of their material conditions. And so unless you fix the underlying problem, it's impossible to fix the addiction. So what else is Pierre Poilievre up to? Well, he's the tough on crime type. So now it's the 3 strikes and you're out rule, because we all know how well that worked in the United States.
Safety is now a thing of the past. After 8 years of Trudeau's catch and release policies, crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder rule our streets.
Crime and violence that today afflicts our nation will soon, and I mean very soon, come to an end.
When I'm Prime Minister, he will stay behind bars, and he will only come out in a box. And we're going to make sure that it is jail, not bail.
It will be jail and not bail. Jail, not bail. Jail, not.
And he's already indicated he's willing to use the notwithstanding clause to reform bail, which means if you have to use the notwithstanding clause, you are violating the charter-protected rights of Canadians.
Bail.
Hard time for hard crime.
It's the courts that decided that, sir. So what does that say about your view of the courts?
It says that my view is that I will decide.
What we really have to do is rethink what tools are available to the government to just simply disregard important constitutional rights.
That I will decide, that I will decide, that I will decide.
And if Pierre Poilievre is willing to take away those rights, what other rights will he end up taking away? So a little bit more on that. Poilievre's 3-strike crime law could face constitutional challenges, London lawyers say. As I'm now starting to fidget with my hair. A plan by Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre to introduce 3 strikes you're out policy to deal with violent repeat offenders would be expensive, ineffectual and likely face constitutional challenges, several London-based criminal defense lawyers say. During a campaign stop Wednesday in Sault Ste. Marie, Poilievre said those convicted 3 times for serious offenses would be ineligible for bail, probation, parole, or house arrest, and given a minimum sentence of 10 years in prison. When there's a repeat offender, like there are people who are just bad, the wiring in their brains went wrong. But if you have somebody who commits a crime out of the need for survival, and then they get back out in public and they do it again and they do it again, it's because, again, the material needs of this person, the underlying issues causing the person to do the crimes, is not being addressed. So I caught somebody saying in the Sandbox that if somebody does the crime, then they should be put away. And I'm not saying that people shouldn't be. I'm saying that when somebody goes to prison, when they leave, they should be in a better position than when they went in. That they will then be less likely to be a reoffender, which means you need to have proper rehabilitation. I'm a fan of restorative justice, that sort of thing. To simply just put people in prison to be punitive, to just make them suffer, doesn't make them a better person. And when they get out, they're more likely to reoffend. So to me, it's about addressing the underlying causes of why that behavior was there in the first place and why they were breaking the laws. But if there are dangerous people out there breaking laws and stuff, of course, I want them separated from other people. My ultimate goal is to end the harm. So if somebody has harmed, I want to make sure they never harm again. But if we just lock them away in prison without any sort of treatment to the underlying causes, then when they get out, they're just going to harm again. So during a campaign stop Wednesday in Sault Ste. Marie, Poilievre said that they would also become a designated dangerous offender under the criminal code and couldn't be released until they have proven that they are no longer a danger to society. And the other issue with this sort of thing is who gets designated that. The law is not evenly applied across the board. There are lots of people committing crimes that get off scot-free, that never see any consequences. A lot of them are called cops. They do a lot of assaults and abuses, especially towards protesters or people who are in encampments, that if any civilian out there were to do, you get locked away forever. Like severely injuring people and whatnot. But you have the corporate leaders, the corporate lords who are stealing wages from their workers and things of that sort that will never see a day in court. Yet you have somebody that shoplifts a few times because maybe they're reselling it, maybe it's for drugs, but the addiction isn't being treated and their material means aren't being treated, so they're going to do it again. And so you have somebody who maybe is doing a non-violent crime, shoplifting or something, who will now be labeled a dangerous offender. Again, I'm not pro-shoplifting. I'm not pro-crime. I'm pro-dealing with the issues that cause them. Let's see. Freedom, Poilievre said, would only come through spotless behavior and clean drug tests during a lengthy minimum prison sentence, with earned release dependent on making real progress in improving their lives, such as learning a trade or upgrading their education. And a lot of this will be subjective, and again, will not be evenly applied. There'll be biases put into there. Depending on the person's skin color, maybe they've proven it, maybe they haven't. Like, there's so much that can go wrong with this sort of thing. And the people who get labeled the dangerous offenders, the people who get ruled the 3 strikes, you're out, will be disproportionately, in Canada, Indigenous peoples and Black people. Without a doubt, it will be that. Poilievre also said he would also bring life sentences to human traffickers, for gun smugglers, and for mass fentanyl producers. Defense lawyer Cassandra DeMello, a partner at DeMello Heathcote, said 3-strike policies like those seen in the U.S. failed to address the root causes of crime. The answers lie in spending money at the front end of the things that help prevent crime in the first place, like housing, school, healthcare, addictions, and mental health supports, she said. The legal fights and constitutional challenges the law would bring would be expensive to taxpayers, she said, along with housing more people for a minimum of 10 years. Correctional Services Canada figures show it would cost $430 per day or $156,000 per year to house one federal inmate. It's a big game to talk to say that you're just going to pass through these laws and throw away the key, but we have constitutional rights as Canadians, and those are important rights. Those are guaranteed freedoms and protections, she said. Plan goes against charter, says lawyer. Nick Cake, a defense lawyer and former Crown prosecutor, argued it would only increase the prison population and taxpayer dollar spent on corrections. It would also exacerbate existing pressures on the system, especially if more people are automatically deemed dangerous offenders and held indefinitely, he said. Currently, dangerous offenders applications undergo a rigorous legal process. With mandatory 10-year minimum, there would also be no motivation for plea bargaining, potentially leading to more trials, he said. He argues Poilievre's plan to remove bail eligibility, which comes before conviction, would go against the charter, which allows everyone the right to reasonable bail, no matter what the charge. He adds that doesn't guarantee bail will be granted. Asked whether he would invoke the notwithstanding clause to pass his proposed laws, Poilievre argued his proposals were constitutional. Then you wouldn't have to use the notwithstanding clause, which he has indicated he would do. For Kevin Egan, a London lawyer who serves as counsel on a class action over conditions at London's jail, recidivism, or the tendency for criminals to reoffend, means the correctional system isn't rehabilitating and reintegrating offenders back into society like it's supposed to. If he really wants to get tough on crime, fight the root causes, Egan said. They've run afoul of the law because of conditions of their own lives, whether they're born into families with substance abuse problems, whether they're abused as children. The John Howard Society of Canada, which advocates criminal justice reform, said among the issues it has is the 10-year mandatory minimum, which they say removes judge discretion in sentencing. We feel judges are best placed to look at individual cases and proper and proportionate penalty, said Catherine Latimer, its executive director. She noted several mandatory minimums enacted by previous governments were then later struck down in court. Way too much time and human resources are wasted on these failed approaches that keep being trotted out. I think they have some popular appeal, but they're not credible or effective. And this is him talking, Pierre Poilievre talking about the 3 strikes you're out.
Not only will we repeal liberal... That's why I am announcing today that a future Conservative government will bring that change. Not only will we repeal liberal catch and release laws, we will carry out the biggest crackdown on crime in Canadian history. And we will do it by passing the 3 strikes you're out law. 3 strikes you're out means that anyone convicted of 3 serious offenses will be ineligible thereafter for bail, probation, parole, or house arrest. And they will serve a minimum of 10 years behind bars, a maximum of life imprisonment, and they will have to earn their release even still. We will designate such offenders as dangerous offenders, meaning they cannot be released until they have proven that they are no longer a danger to society. Under my watch, the only way for repeat offenders to obtain their freedom will be through spotless behavior and clean drug tests during a lengthy minimum prison sentence with earned release dependent on making real progress in improving their lives, such as learning a trade or upgrading their education. They will also have to take drug tests to prove that they are clean.
Okay. A Liberal government bill C5 ended mandatory minimums for drug convictions and some firearms and tobacco-related offenses and expanded availability of conditional sentences. Poilievre has blamed that bill and Bill C75 for increasing violent crime, calling them hug-a-thug, catch-and-release Liberal policies. You know, sometimes people, they need a hug. I'm just saying. There's a lot of people who are hurt in this world. The Conservative Party said serious offense includes violent and fentanyl-related offenses and primary designated officers under the criminal code. Offenses Cake argues are already taken seriously. If you commit your third sexual assault, you're very likely going to be in the penitentiary for a double-digit term anyway, Cake said. Yeah. So all it's doing is making more people likely to be behind bars for longer periods of time. And it's just, this doesn't help. You need to fix the underlying causes, the reasons why people are turning to crime in the first place. People aren't doing it because they just feel like they have nothing better to do. There are reasons. Address those reasons if you want to have a safer society. And then we have some talk about crime from Mark Carney, saying you can't be serious about being tough on crime if you're not willing to be tough on guns.
Well, criminals are trying to illegally import guns to Canada. Pierre Poilievre is trying to import irresponsible American-style gun laws into our country. You can't be serious about being tough on crime if you're not willing to be tough on guns. You can't be serious about stopping intimate partner violence without being serious about gun control. When we know from our own tragic history how often guns are involved. Well,
And a little bit more on that.
all while respecting the long-standing traditions of hunting and sports shooting and respecting the traditions of Indigenous peoples. If elected, my government will automatically revoke gun licenses for individuals convicted of violence offenses, including intimate partner violence. We will strengthen firearms licensing and the so-called yellow and red flag laws that keep weapons out of the hands of those who are a risk to themselves or others. We will invest in the RCMP's National Forensic Laboratories in Ottawa and Surrey and the Saskatchewan Ballistics Lab to increase our capacity to track down guns used in crimes. We will quickly, and I mean quickly, reinvigorate the buyback of assault-style firearms and leave the classification of new firearm models to the RCMP, to the experts, not to the gun industry. No new guns should come into this country before they have been examined and classified by those experts. We must stem the tide of illegal guns and drugs coming across our border with the United States.
Build a wall! Build a wall!
That's why the government is now deploying scanners, drones, helicopters, additional personnel, and canine teams at our border. And we will build on this foundation by recruiting 1,000 more RCMP personnel and increasing the pay for cadet recruits. We will train 1,000 new, 1,000 new CBSA officers and support their work with even more scanners, more drones, and more canine teams. We will allow police to seize fentanyl and other contraband through Canada Post Mail. We will strengthen the public prosecution services of Canada to hold those who profit from criminal activity to account and to repay the people who put themselves on the line, every day to protect our well-being. We will invest in theirs.
It's actually pretty bold of him to be talking about guns like this, because normally, when it comes to an election season, the leaders tend not to say anything about guns because it can be a little bit of a touchy subject. Usually the only time Justin Trudeau would mention it was after a mass shooting of some sort, and that's where we got a lot more of our stricter gun laws in and things of that sort. I'm a fan of this. Like, this all seems very, very reasonable. And, you know, taking the weapons out of people who are proven, like, in order to get a gun license in the first place, you need, there's a very strong background check And one of the things they do is check with previous partners and ask them, do you think this person will be safe with a gun? And so if somebody gets a gun and then has partners that no longer feel like this person would be safe with a gun, then they probably shouldn't have that gun. Like, I'm a fan of this. I'm a fan that he's actually talking about it during the election season, because all too often they shy away from these types of topics, worried about the type of backlash that they would get. And so far I haven't seen, but it could just be my algorithm bubble, I haven't seen like a severe backlash against him for saying this. You know, if you scroll down, of course, you're going to see things, but it hasn't been blasted all over the place, which you have sometimes seen before. And I've sometimes seen people who are progressive and liberal saying, oh, don't talk anything about guns and actually leave guns alone and all that sort of stuff. And I haven't been seeing that this time, which is good. And I was just catching somebody's comment out of the side of my eye who was saying that, unfortunately, this probably won't apply to officers who are domestic violent assaulters, and that's probably true, unfortunately. I'll go back through the comments in a bit. But yeah, well, I am very far on the spectrum when it comes to gun use, and I don't think civilians should have guns. And even hunting guns, I would like to see locked away off premise, and then you go during hunting season, pick up your gun, clean it up, do whatever you need, go out hunting and return it to that offsite location that these guns are stored. Having guns in households I find very problematic, very dangerous. And there were guns in my household when I was a kid. And that's part of the reason why I think they're problematic. So, yeah. Again, Mark Carney has been saying some things and doing things that I just find a lot more bold than I was expecting, especially from somebody who's not a politician, but just a banker. So here we have, Poilievre vows not to pass law restricting abortion if he becomes PM. This would be good. Let's listen to what he has to say.
The local candidate here in St. Catharines, and his work with the anti-abortion folks in Florida. It was he called it the most important experience in his pro-life journey. And the Genocide Awareness Project graphically compared the victims of abortion to victims of other atrocities, such as Jews in the Holocaust. Part of the platform, or part of the party policy, is to allow a free vote in the Commons when there's enough interest in it. Is that something you're willing to promise him?
I can guarantee you there will be no laws restricting abortion passed.
So, like most politicians, did not directly answer that question. The question was, will you allow a free vote when it comes to restricting abortion? And he's like, no laws, we won't, no, blah, blah. He didn't actually say, yes, I'll allow a free vote, or no, I will not allow a free vote. But he has already stated that yes, he would. And depending on the sources I've been finding, there's anywhere between 30 to 50 anti-abortion conservative candidates and MPs out there. But that's nowhere near enough needed to pass an anti-abortion law.
When I'm Prime Minister. For 20 years, the policy of the Conservative Party has been that there will be no restrictions brought in on a woman's right to choose. It's been in our policy since it was adopted by our party members in the year 2004. So this is a 21-year policy adopted by our members and upheld at all of our subsequent conventions. So there will be no laws or other restrictions imposed on a woman's right to decide to do with her body as she wishes, and that is something that I'm guaranteeing to you and to all Canadians.
So I don't believe him. State that. I think he's full of shit when he says something like that, because there's other ways of restricting a person's ability to choose than making it law. as what a lot of the conservative premiers have found. They can defund clinics, making it impossible. Like New Brunswick had no clinic that anyone could go to get an abortion. So there are ways to do it without making it a law. So that's just some fancy wordplay there. But he has also said that he would allow a free vote when it comes to it. Let's see, was there anything in here that I wanted to... So that's just quoting what he said. Okay. So in Canada, abortion has been legal since 1969. Laws which made it use conditional on approved by a 3-doctor panel were struck down by the Supreme Court in Canada in 1988. Poilievre added his stance would be reiterated explicitly in the Conservative official electoral platform. So I don't believe him when he says this. And the thing is that he's kind of a proven liar. And I just found this one example here to show that he's willing to lie about absurd things, blatantly wrong things. I found this one example. And he has also said things in the past, like defunding healthcare and all that sort of stuff, privatizing healthcare, that would also make access to abortion care more difficult for people, because then there could be different stipulations put on clinics that provide that and all that sort of stuff. So there are ways of doing it without making it law. So really what he should be saying is that so long as he's prime minister, it will always be accessible to anyone who needs it. But let's see, is he a liar? I don't know. So in this, he's talking about Anthony Horsefarter, as we so lovingly call him in the Sandbox. Anthony Housefather. He is a Liberal MP, and he is probably the most Zionist of Zionisty politicians we have. Not an exaggeration. He was basically in tears when a motion was passed to say what was happening was wrong. What was happening in Gaza was wrong and that there should be like a ceasefire. He was practically in tears after that, saying how evil everyone was. Zionist extraordinaire. Some of the videos he has put out there just denying the genocide that's happening there. Everything. It's absolutely horrific. And so he has earned the nickname of Anthony Horsefarter. Well, here's Pierre Poilievre talking about him.
He can support an anti-Israel government, but he's not part of that government, and he's really a nice guy.
That's not... Let's try centering it this way. Okay.
He can support an anti-Israel government, but he's not part of that government, and he's really a nice guy in the neighborhood. Nonsense. It's all nonsense. Right. He can't have his cake and eat it too. You vote for Anthony Housefather, then you get the Hamas wing of the Liberal Party. That's what you get. They go together. They're a package deal. The good news is there is no Hamas wing in the Conservative Party. They know they're not welcome.
Say that if you vote for Anthony Housefather, that you're voting for the Hamas wing of the Liberal Party. You see, this is where it doesn't matter. This is why Mark Carney should go a lot harder on this issue and be more blatant, because it doesn't matter who you are, what you say, the right will still accuse you of being a Hamas supporter. To accuse Anthony Horsefarter of it, absolutely ridiculous and a blatant lie. Anthony has been very, very vocal about his stance. Pierre knows it. He knows where Anthony stands on this sort of thing. And so to say that voting for Anthony would be a vote for Hamas? You could have picked like almost any other politician to say that for. Like, oh my God. Like even Justin Trudeau, just say Justin Trudeau for that. Like, even though Justin Trudeau has said that he is a Zionist. But yeah, it's one of my things about like what if I could just like wave a magic wand over an election and go bing, the thing that I would do, the one thing that I would make absolute rule is that politicians or people who are trying to become a politician are not allowed to lie. That would clear up a lot right there, but this is just so ridiculous and a blatant lie. And so if he's willing to lie about something as obvious as that, how can I trust him to protect a person's right to choose what happens to their body, when he also kind of ignores the fact that there's more than two genders, which he has referenced multiple times? He will find ways to roll back a person's right to choose. That's the thing. Under Mark Carney, I'm not worried about that. Under Pierre Poilievre, I'm worried about that. And so when it comes to, you know, freedom to get the surgeries and stuff that you need, again, he's not saying, Mark Carney isn't saying everything I would like him to say, but he's still saying things I'm kind of surprised that he's bothering to bring up during an election campaign, especially something like access to sex change procedures. Because that's such a contentious, it shouldn't be, but it is. And like Justin Trudeau wasn't talking much about it. Like, especially if you look at the American election, the right wing had mentioned it, but none of the Democrats touched this subject because they just find it to be radioactive. So to see Mark Carney again talking about it, I don't know. I found that kind of surprising. Good.
Your platform hasn't said anything about LGBTQ Canadians. We're here in Alberta where the province wants to restrict healthcare for transgender people, and they want the Canada Health Act to defend their access to gender-affirming care. Would you do that? And what is your party going to do about the backsliding that we're seeing for gender and sexual minorities?
You know, thank you for the question, Dylan.
I'm sorry. I know that is super quiet. I haven't added the plugin yet to boost the volume. I'm just trying to think if there's another way to do it. Nope, that's not it. No, that wouldn't be it. If there's an option in Firefox to do it. Automatically without needing a plugin. Sorry about that. It didn't seem so quiet to me earlier. Probably because I just upped the volume on my computer. So hopefully you guys can hear it fine still.
Let me start at a fundamental point, which is, you know, our Canada is a mosaic. We are all Canadians, but we all have different identities and distinctions. And one of the great strengths of this country is recognizing that people can be who they are, they can love who they love, they can live where they want to live. And it's fundamentally important that the federal government is the defender of those rights, defender of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And access to health care in Canada is not a business, it is a fundamental right, and we will defend it. For all Canadians without exception.
So, that again, it's not that it gives me hope, but it makes me feel like he's more malleable when it comes to certain topics. Because one of my biggest frustrations with Justin Trudeau is he's doing nothing to enforce the Healthcare Act across the country. Because you have conservative provinces constantly privatizing healthcare. And it's really on the federal government to crack down on that sort of thing. And Justin Trudeau simply has not. But hearing this coming from Mark Carney, it almost suggests to me he might. Especially when he decides to call out a politician by name of Danielle Smith. I want to see him more combative like any prime minister, more combative with conservatives who are doing things that go against the grain of what Canada is supposed to be. And so here he does kind of take a couple swipes at Danielle Smith about the whole, tariff issues and stuff like that. But, in this video, he was also responding to the fact that in Alberta, they are starting to restrict the rights of trans folks to get health care that they need. And so hearing him push back on that, saying that it will be accessible to everyone, again, wasn't expecting that from him. And to be tackling it kind of, again, not as much as I would like, but even just talking about it, as opposed to just, finding a way to not answer that question at all. I'm finding it a little good. I'm getting a lot more comfortable with the idea of Mark Carney becoming prime minister, because I was worried that if he did, that it would just be a lull, like nothing would change. Everything would just be the same as it was under Justin Trudeau, and people's anger and frustration would just keep on building and building and building until the next election, and then it would be a shoo-in that a more ultra right-wing person would get in as a way to push back against the establishment. Now I'm thinking maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe. And, once you start giving these good things out to people and letting you know what the government is actually capable of doing, then other people might start saying, hey, if you can do all of this, then why aren't you doing all of that? And start pushing back more. When people start learning what the government can do and how to affect it, then you get more change, as opposed to keeping people mad at the things they can't change. But here, he decided to have a little bit of fun, talking about Danielle Smith.
We're fighting the Americans in the pocketbook. We have retaliatory tariffs on them. We just hit them again in the auto sector. We're fighting them on Fox News, which is what they understand. We're sending Doug Ford onto Fox News to show them that we're not messing around up here. And we're going to send Danielle next. Maybe we won't send her. Maybe we'll send Danielle. No, maybe we won't. We won't send Danielle. We're going to keep her. No, keep her. No, that's a bad idea. Forget. Strike that. Strike that. Just ignore that back there. So we're fighting the American.
And of course, she heard about that, and she had something to say about him saying, "Oh, you're joking about maybe you shouldn't send me down to the States."
Jokes during the campaign.
Well, I've noticed this with progressive men, how much they talk about how much they support women until they meet a strong conservative woman. And so this is a pretty consistent type of approach that I've seen, not only from the current prime minister, but the former one as well. And the attitude is, sit down and shut up. Well, I don't shut up. I make sure that Albertans know exactly how I feel about issues, and I'm going to continue advocating on behalf of my province, whether he likes it or not.
You see, he said that about me because I'm a woman, not because I have said multiple times that Alberta needs to be separated from the rest of the country, that I've gone down to Mar-a-Lago to kiss up to Donald Trump, that I've said that, all these things about tariffs, that Donald Trump is right, and been totally licking his boot, and I was in tears that I wasn't invited to his inauguration because it was held indoors and there wasn't enough room for me. It's not because of all of that. It's because I'm a woman. That's why Mark Carney said that. It's not because of all the things that I've said and done and policies that I've put forth and things that I claim I want to do. Nothing to do with the actual substance of what I am. No. He just was poking fun at me because I'm a woman. No. He was just, he said all that about you because it's true. It is a joke. The idea that you would stand up to the United States at all. It's a joke. It's a joke that you have Canada's best interests in mind. So it's a joke, and you're the butt of it. So yeah, make fun of her for it. Oh. Oops. Let's see. Got a few more to go over before I'll dive into the sandbox. So I'm not the only one kind of feeling this little change in the air with Mark Carney, because before Justin Trudeau stepped down, it was a shoo-in. The Conservatives were going to win. There was no doubt about it. I had no doubt about it. The Conservatives were going to win. It was just a matter of by how much. But since Mark Carney has kind of come on board, there's been a definite shift. And it's not just because of Mark Carney. It also has a lot to do with the rhetoric coming from Donald Trump and the fact that Pierre Poilievre used to align himself very closely with Donald Trump, and that's pissing off a lot of people because of the whole 51st state talk, the tariffs issues, all that sort of stuff. So between Mark Carney being, well, different than Justin Trudeau, not just in style, but in actual rhetoric and policy he's talking about, and what Donald Trump is saying, there's been a bit of a surge in the polls for the Liberals. Again, pay no attention to the polls. I don't like them, but there is definitely that feel. Pierre Poilievre can still absolutely win. Don't get a false sense of security here. Go ahead and vote. But I did find this interesting. So Pierre Poilievre asked if losing the polling lead is campaign malpractice, as top Conservative strategist claims. He says no, adding the Liberals want him to stop talking about the issues.
5-point lead and being 10 points down is campaign malpractice at the highest level. Is it campaign malpractice?
No, I answered that question 2 weeks ago. Liberals and lobbyists want me to stop talking about high food prices. Well, I'm not going to do that because single mothers shouldn't be going to bed hungry. So
I'm not going to answer your question at all, and I'm just going to talk about all these things that I'm accusing the Liberals of being responsible for.
Worried about how they're going to feed their kids in the morning. They want me to stop talking about the doubling housing costs during the lost Liberal decade. I'm not going to stop talking about that. They want me to stop talking about the rampaging crime that's overtaking our streets and the overdose crisis Liberals caused that has taken the lives of 50,000 people. I will not stop talking about that either. After the lost Liberal decade.
Again, him just saying 50,000 people is kind of trying to get a visceral reaction from people. Like he's not giving, as I showed before with the other thing about the supervised consumption sites, he's not giving the details, he's not giving the specifics, he's not giving the stats, he's not giving the time frame that was over. You know, because if you just hear 50,000 deaths, then it's like, oh, was that last year? No, it's over quite an expensive period, like 8 years. And it's stimulants. It's not just fentanyl, it's stimulants. And the crisis is caused due to material needs not being met. And the Liberals are, in fact, responsible for some of that. But so are the Conservative, the government that was right before it, also deeply responsible for a lot of that. It's kind of a give and take between those two, the Liberals and Conservatives. They're both on the hook for, you know, the decrease in the material needs being met by Canadians. Like the standard of life, the quality of life, the cost of living has all gotten so much worse under both. It tends to get a lot more worse under Conservatives and then a little more worse under Liberals. I'm hoping with Mark Carney, if he gets in, that he's just literally going to maintain status quo, that it won't get worse. And who knows, maybe even some improvement somewhere would be nice. But at this point, I'm just hoping for status quo.
Decade of rising costs and crime and a falling economy under America's thumb, we can't afford a fourth Liberal term. We need a change with a new Conservative government that will axe taxes, build homes, unleash our resources, lock up criminals, and bring home a safe, affordable country for our people. Thank you.
Sorry, I was just doing the math in my head. It's like, is it a fourth term? It's like, okay, so Liberals, right. Justin Trudeau got a majority first time, and then I think it was 2 minorities in a row, right? So this Mark Carney would be the fourth in a row. Although, since some of those elections were called early and things of that sort, whatever. But you see, the thing is that other conservatives are looking at what Pierre Poilievre is doing and how bad he's performing and being like, it's kind of embarrassing. So Doug Ford's campaign manager accuses Poilievre camp of campaign malpractice. So this isn't lefties accusing Pierre of this. This is people from his same camp. And the only reason why I'm highlighting this is I would love to see this more in the other parties. When you see your leadership sinking the ship, I want you to speak out more. Because the reality is, Justin Trudeau should have stepped down a lot sooner than what he did. Instead, he did right when Trump was becoming inaugurated and stuff. So we have all this crisis with the tariffs and the trade between the United States and whatnot while an election is going on. He should have stepped down a long time ago. I think it was clear a long time ago. He wasn't, him remaining as prime minister was just a bad call. I desperately want to see this in the NDP. I want to see the provincial NDP leaders saying Jagmeet Singh needs to step down. That he's responsible for malpractice within the NDP, that the NDP has fallen under him. I want to see this in the other parties. The thing is that if Pierre doesn't perform well, like if the Conservatives don't perform well this election, he's not going to remain leader. They turn over their leaders a lot, whereas both the Liberals and the NDP have a habit of hanging on to them too long. And it's annoying and it's frustrating because Jagmeet Singh should have stepped down after the last election. And not just Jagmeet Singh, but the entire upper echelons of the NDP needs to be totally wiped out. Like they all need to be fired, stepped down, and we need to get back to more of a Tommy Douglas NDP because what the NDP is right now is just the Liberal Party, what the Liberal Party claims to be. They're not the socialist-rooted party that they were built on anymore, which is just so sad. But we're not going to listen to this because it's over 8 minutes long, but we'll just dive a little bit into the article here. Leading Conservative campaign strategist Corey Tenik is taking aim at his own party, accusing Conservative leader Pierre Poilievre and his team of squandering a big lead. I know it's uncomfortable for people to hear that said out loud, but it's in every poll aggregator. The numbers are the numbers, and saying that you don't believe in polls if you're managing a campaign is delusional, he told Power Play hosts. Again, I'm not a fan of the polls, but there is a definite vibe change. As a rally for Poilievre on Wednesday, some Conservative supporters spotted wearing shirts and waving signs that read, "Do you believe the polls?" And you see, this is part of the problem where we get into the polls, is if the polls don't match the results, then people will say, oh, it's a fraud, there was voter malpractice and all this. No. It's just sometimes the polls, all they are educated guesses, and they don't factor in all the elements, and it's first past the post. To me, all polls do is suppress the vote in one way or another. Either people get overly confident, thinking, oh, well, Mark Carney's going to win, so I don't need to bother. Or they get, what's the other word? Not disincentivized, but just depressed. Voter depressed, because it's like, well, Pierre Poilievre is going to win no matter what, so what's the point if I go out and vote? You go out and vote and just assume there is no safe riding and assume all ridings are flippable. Vote like that. The Conservative campaign says signs and shirts are not party or campaign products. But yeah, I really just wanted to get more to the fact that the Conservatives are more likely to call out their own. And I really, really would like to see that in other parties. So here we have Poilievre gains endorsement from business leaders and ex-bank heads. I think I wanted the video for this one. So let's watch.
Leader Pierre Poilievre was in Ontario today promoting his economic action plan for Canada. He's promising to improve affordability and boost economic activity, and turning to the days of former Prime Minister Stephen Harper to help. Mackenzie Gray is following the campaign. Mackenzie.
After stumping with him earlier this week,
First economic action plan.
no new policies announced by the Conservatives, just recycling an old slogan.
Generations.
A throwback to these ads and signs that Stephen Harper...
Okay, I don't think that was what the video was really necessary. Let's see. So here we go. Down here. So his competitor, Liberal Mark Carney, has spent much of the election campaign, which concludes on April 28th when Canadians go to poll, touting his experience as leader of central banks in both Canada and England. He argues that experience leaves him best equipped to address the country's economic woes and tariff threats from the U.S. President Donald Trump. The Liberals did not immediately respond to requests for comments on the letter, and I'll show you the letter in just a moment. The Conservatives, however, took the missive as a sign that their platform is resonating with business community. Pierre Poilievre's Canada First Economic Action Plan is being recognized as a strong plan to lower taxes, eliminate red tape, and to unleash our industries and bring the powerful paychecks from our people, thriving comedy, blah, blah, blah. You see, I'm thinking they're completely misreading this. This is the letter they're talking about. So to those that think Carney's CV means anything and that he'll be good for the economy, look at who just endorsed Poilievre. If you know anything about business in Canada, you will recognize most of the names on here. Trust their judgment. Carney is not who you think. And these are mostly, I believe, ex-bank heads. The fact that they're not endorsing Carney is kind of a bonus to me. Like, that's kind of a plus. That's a good thing. I'm glad. Because here you have somebody who is a banker not being endorsed by ex-bankers who have, are generally speaking in it for the profit, the capitalism, and all that sort of stuff, wanting to benefit all their buddies and stuff. And saying basically that Mark Carney is not their guy is kind of a good thing to me. I like that. I do. And because I need to switch screens for a second, that does not get very big on the screen. When you just click on it, I have to throw it into a program so we can actually get a better view of it. Here we go. So this is the letter, Friends of Freedom Enterprise in Canada, time for a change. Fellow Canadians, election matters in our country, stands at a crossroads. And so people, if you want, you can read this at your leisure. I'm not going to go into too much detail here. Just looking. There we go. And so here's what we need to do: support free enterprise, eliminate barriers, restore fiscal discipline, reform the tax system, lower taxes to make Canada more competitive, attractive top global talent, and encourage companies to grow here, not somewhere else. That's never been the case. It's the whole, the idea of the trickle down theory and whatnot. Develop our natural resources because, climate change is not a thing. And then here we have the people who've signed it, that if you know anything about business, you know these people. Lots of CEOs and things. So former chairmen, former CEOs, current CEOs. And they're all endorsing Pierre Poilievre. When you have people like that endorsing you, to me, that's a strike against you. So the fact that they're not endorsing Mark Carney is a bit of a plus. I'm just saying, this isn't the win that they think it is. And a little bit more on this before we get into the talk about how the treatment of the press has been going on with both parties. We have Dean Bundle here, who is problematic at times, I find. Says, in a surprise to no one, Poilievre hired an undergrad student from Waterloo to sponsor dozens of fake candidates in his Carleton riding because Poilievre is losing. This is election interference, and Poilievre is human garbage. That part is misspelt, but true. You see, this is problematic because I don't like lying during a campaign, even if it's a lie about a candidate. Poilievre has nothing to do with this. And I don't like that lie being spread that he is the one responsible for a bazillion candidates on the ballot as a way of like hoping to split the vote and all that sort of stuff when he doesn't have anything to do with it. And so putting this out there as a statement is misinforming people, and I don't like it. I don't like it when it's done towards liberals, NDP, or conservatives. There is enough factual stuff out there to go after Poilievre for. You don't need to do this. Because he was quote tweeting this, and so you can see name of agent is Thomas. I do not know how to say their last name. And yes, there's a bazillion there, but also this got community noted. So Thomas is part of the longest ballot committee. A protest for electoral reform. There's no evidence he is connected to Pierre Poilievre, and we have an article on it. And you see, the thing is that when I saw that ballot and the bazillion people on it, I've seen that before on other ballots. There's been other instances of this, and you know that this is about electoral reform, that it's not just it's not Pierre Poilievre trying to split the vote, because if anything, it makes it harder for people to vote because you see all these names, and a lot of these names, it's not like it even detracts, because all those independents combined most likely will not receive enough votes to swing the vote by far. If you want to pay attention to the polling, it does say that Poilievre is actually in danger of his own riding. But again, don't pay attention to the polling. Don't. But his popularity is definitely decreasing. So a little bit about this. And again, this isn't the first time this has happened. And so as somebody, Dean, who is official Twitter account, so he does like media stuff as well. He should have known better. And then he should have taken that tweet down, because it is inaccurate, and don't go spreading that about Pierre Poilievre when he had nothing to do with it. But to learn more about what it actually is.
Still a couple of weeks from Election Day, a riding in our area is already setting a record. The ballot for Carleton riding will have at least 79 names on it. That's the most of any riding in Canada. The long list is a form of protest aimed at the riding where Conservative Party leader Pierre Poilievre is running in the rural southwestern end of the city. It stretches from Renfrew County to Prescott-Russell.
Wow, that is quite a bit.
Voter Jimmy Ruggiero is shocked that there are dozens of candidates running in his riding.
I'm looking at this many. That is a lot of independents.
In fact, in the Carleton riding, there are 79 registered candidates and still has the potential to grow. The largest ballot in this election, it's the third largest ballot in Canadian history. On it are Conservative Party leader Pierre Poilievre, Liberal Party candidate Bruce Fanjoy, NDP candidate Beth Prochaska, and Green Party candidate Mark Watson, while 73 are linked to a group called the Longest Ballot Committee, catching many voters off guard.
Everybody just got the memo and signed up for it, I guess.
It's very surprising. Very surprising.
It's also a little bit challenging because you can't just sign up to be a candidate. You have to put money down. You have to get 100 signatures of people within the riding as well in order to become a candidate. You can't just, I'm going to be a candidate. So it takes a lot of work to do that.
Called the Longest Ballot Committee, catching many voters off guard.
Everybody just got the memo and signed up for it, I guess.
It's very surprising. Very surprising.
This Longest Ballot Committee member says that it's a movement to protest what they call an unjust first-past-the-post electoral system.
Whenever they go out to vote and they see a lot of names, they fundamentally question, why am I seeing so many names? What's going on? And that actually starts a conversation with people and makes them realize how inefficient our current system is.
This is not the first time the group has run up candidates in a ballot, previously running 91 in a Quebec by-election in September. In a statement, Elections Canada says that the results will likely take longer to report, but say it is prepared and can confirm that the results will be available on election night. This political expert says there's no limit to how many independents can run in a riding, and doing that would be a challenge.
Anything that you could do to try to make it harder to get on the ballot, if I can put it that way, is going to exist as a sort of limit on fair access to political participation.
Ruggiero says it won't affect who he votes for.
The two top are what I'm going to be.
Okay, so again, don't lie. Don't lie. There's no need to. Poilievre is doing enough wrong. You don't have to accuse him of trying to do something like putting 79 candidates on a ballot to try to split the vote in his favor, because I don't even think it would help him in his direction. Okay, so with that docket out of the way, let's get to the Sandbox. I'll just pop up the next one to get ready. Oh, thank you again, Nadia, for a second super chat. So you became a member and is sending in a couple super chats. Thank you so much. Needle sharing transmits HIV without safe injection sites. Very true. It's health, it's safety, all of that. And so far I have 2 new members, Nadia and Dan. Thank you so much. Super appreciate it. Okay, let's see what people are up to in the Sandbox. I scrolled up as high as I can. I think I might be missing some stuff, because you guys have been wonderfully active in it, which really helps. Mini Doctors, how many weeks left to the election? Just a couple. It's on April 28th. We have short election terms here. Which I'm against. I want longer election seasons. And in my Doug Ford recap video, the one about the provincial election, I do have some very relevant tidbits about the federal election tied in with it. And part of it is I wish there were longer campaign cycles, because that gives people more time to push back and air out all the policies that these politicians are claiming to have. And really make them to defend themselves and all that sort of stuff. Soul Life, my brother is back in prison for a 3rd time. He keeps violating the conditions of his probation. Stupid stuff. Not like crimes. It's very punitive. And again, a lot of it is depending on who the parole officer is, what they're going to let the person get away with. And it's kind of like with judges being like, oh, this good kid shouldn't get a long term for doing this particular crime because he's an outstanding white boy type thing, versus a black boy, which is like, no, he's going away for the rest of his life. Like, there's a lot of those biases going into who gets sent back, who's violating their parole. There's a lot of biases going into that. Let's see. And Soul Life saying prisons shouldn't be for profit. Absolutely. We have a publicly funded private prison system here. Same with a lot of our healthcare. So the prisons are for profit, but the government pays for them, but they're still looking to make money, so they still offload a lot of costs. So things like making a phone call would cost the person something like $25, or to buy extras and luxuries, an extra bar of soap or something becomes outrageously expensive in prisons and things of that sort. Plus, they make the license plates. They're made into slave workers type thing. They just get paid pennies on the hour. We have a lot of that going on here too. It's just not as bad as in the United States, because they aren't strictly for profit. They're still publicly funded, if that makes any sense to people. Let's see. And Jakara saying it's gross how Bell Canada profits off prisons in Canada. Yep, that's a little known thing there about how much they charge for phone calls, which again is just horrendous because, you know, again, you want people to be rehabilitated in prison, and part of the way that you do that is remaining in touch with your friends and families so you don't lose connections, so that you still know you can arrange things when you get out and you can maintain your relationships and stuff. And denying people the comfort of, you know, talking to a loved one while they're behind bars, it's cruel. It's cruel, and it's the people who can't afford to pay that suffer. Nadia saying drug tests have false positives. Hello, Miss Man. Hello, everyone else who's kind of hopped into the sandbox. Did I say hi to Bad Lefty yet? If not, hello. Miss Man, when prisons aren't used for reforming, they're not prisons. They are slave encampments to get free labor. Yeah, people shouldn't come out of prison more broken than when they went in. Let's see. Yes, everyone, reminder to switch over to live chat and not top chat. As Lab O Granite. I'm not saying that way. Don't think I've seen you in Sandbox before. Welcome. Just going to do this. That's a thing. It is a thing. So much of a thing, I have a button for it. The Liberals have talked about their buyback, but how can I be convinced they actually care when they've barely bought any guns? It's been years without anything at all. It's because it's optional is the problem. And a lot of people don't want to sell their guns back to the government. It's there for people. Quite often it's people who maybe inherited the guns that don't feel comfortable with the guns will sell them back to the government, but it's not mandatory as far as I know, but I'm not up to date with all of the different gun laws in Canada. Like, I know they can't sell most guns, most handguns and stuff can't be sold in between people anymore. There's no new assault rifles being sold. You can't sell them among each other anymore, that sort of thing. So really, if you want to sell them again, you have to sell them to the government. But I don't know all the ins and outs about that. I would love to find somebody that I could interview on that and talk about like gun regulations in depth and how to get a gun in Canada and the procedures and all that. Like, I would love to find somebody that I could really get an in-depth conversation with that. Atticus among us, I have a big dog and gardening tools. Anyone coming in my house would probably prefer I use a firearm. Mozart saying, a combat trowel? I think this person was saying, let's see. Message. I was actually planning on getting back to that person. I don't know. Cryptamera. There was something they said that I did want to get back to. Because I can see the hidden messages and the ones I'm seeing aren't it. Because, again, I'm not afraid of being challenged by people who are on the right coming into the sandbox. And so long as they aren't being rude, using slurs, name callings, or purposely, like very apparently purposely just trolling, then fine, get rid of them. But if they don't agree with me, they're allowed to not to agree with me, and they're more than welcome to push back. And I will tell them why they're wrong, because they are. Because yeah, there was something that they said that I did want to get to, so I don't even know if they're still sticking around. See, this is why I just get so distracted by the chat sometimes, because I'm worried that I'm going to miss something that I wanted to respond to. Let's see. So Life, I bet horse farts are bad. I bet so too. You can smell farms when you go by. Let's see. As Bull Grant Knight saying, "Oh no, somebody please think of the Israelis." Again, I'm thinking that's sarcasm there. Because that's something that I would say very sarcastically. Let's see. Soul Life. Trump has me convinced that the deep state is right-wing or doesn't exist. I'm thinking it's right-wing. Yeah. As Lab O'Granite, if Trudeau and his government didn't crack down on anything, then why would it change when Mark would be the only difference? So a lot of the policy has to do with, you know, the party. You're not voting for a person, you're voting for a party. However, the head of the party does have a lot of influence and sway over the direction of that party can go. And so if Justin Trudeau was choosing not to push back and choosing not to do these things, then the party will easily fall in line. But it could just be that whoever was stepping into the leadership position next would recognize, and part of the reason why they would vote for Carney to become their leader is because he seemed to recognize that some things had to be different. So they tend to fall in line, but at the same time, it is still party policies here. So if he comes in and says, I want to be the leader of the party and I plan on doing blank and pushing back and changing things slightly, then that is what the party is voting for, to have him as the figurehead. So they have a lot of influence and sway over the direction of the party, but they don't, and they literally speak for the party. But there are still like primary principles within the Liberals that everything would have to get voted on still. So he can push for these things, but the party would still have to vote on it when it comes to the floor of the House and things of that sort. So he would still have to make sure it's in line with what the party would want in the first place, if this is making any sense at all. You're voting for a party, not a person, but the person at the head of it has a lot of sway and influence in how they present the information and whatnot. It's the same as, well, yeah, Jagmeet Singh. We could get a different leader in head of the NDP that would take the NDP in a vastly different direction. But that would partly be because the NDP, their base, voted for a different leader that represents the direction that they want to go. And so Mark Carney was voted by a large margin to be the leader of the Liberal Party because the base of the party want to see the party go in the direction he was presenting. If that makes any sense. I don't know. There's a lot of words. So it could just really be that he, Mark Carney is indicating that he would do these things, and the people around him were supportive of it in the Liberal Party. Oh, there's that message. So the person was saying, I want a two-tier system for healthcare, and I don't agree with paying for someone else's gender care. Hate me if you want. Well, I don't hate you, but you are wrong. You're wrong. You don't get to pick and choose what healthcare is necessary for a different person, and gender affirming care is necessary healthcare. If you want your erectile dysfunction medication in the future paid for, like, we don't get to pick and choose what kind of healthcare a person receives based on our own morals. Each person has a right to determine what is the best route for them between themselves and their doctors. And if that's gender affirming care, then they have a right to be granted that in Canada. As soon as we start moralizing or picking and choosing what we do and don't cover, well, then we are going to get a two-tier system, and it's not going to be the system you think it is. It really is. We pay for everyone's health care across the board, or we run into a lot of the same problems that they have in the United States, where then a lot of people who need certain health care treatments can't afford to get it, so therefore they don't get it. And it is absolutely necessary health care. Hey, Lanier. So, no individual has a right to say, like, well, I don't think this person needs that heart bypass. They just need to exercise more. So therefore, I shouldn't be paying for their health care. Or this person shouldn't be receiving a liver transplant because they're drunk. Therefore, I shouldn't be paying for their health care. Like, we don't get to moralize on it. It's between the individual and their doctor. Hi, kitty cat. This one is Lanier. Hi. Say hi to everyone, sweetie. He has so much orange cat energy about him. I didn't even know it was a thing until I got him. Let's see. And it looks like they were replying back to things, but I'm not going to bother looking at the rest of them. Again, when somebody becomes like purposely trollful, or anything like that, then yeah, we don't need them in the sandbox. But if they're just challenging me, they're allowed to do that. No name calling, no slurs, no purposely antagonizing. I want to hear honest questions, though, like genuine questions. Hi, sweetie. Let's see. Looks like people are talking back and forth. So the persons whose name who has been talking a lot in here that I can't pronounce, people on the left keep saying crazy things about cracking down more on gun or that one for no other reason than it looks or popularity, but they give no reasons to get rid of the ones in circulation. When a gun is in a house, it's more likely to be used by the people in it and not a way of protection. People who unalive themselves, if they have access to a gun, that's the primary method. And part of the reason why it's so dangerous is a lot of people who go through the process of wanting or unaliving themselves, they don't necessarily want to. It's just their brain is all fried and stuff. And so a method like an overdose and things like that, they aren't necessarily as lethal. They're still bad, but not necessarily. Whereas with a gun, I can talk from personal experience, not with a gun, but with other ways and methods. there's a lot of conflict within a person trying to fight the urges to do it back and forth and stuff. But with a gun, any slight little twitch that goes wrong or something like that, and it's just done. It makes it way too easy. Plus, you get kids that use the guns, get into the guns. Like in Canada, yes, they're supposed to be locked up and all that sort of stuff. Doesn't mean they will. Also, they can then get stolen and out into the population and things of that sort. And it is, why do you have things in your house where its sole purpose is to kill? Like that is, to me, that is very problematic. It's not a tool. Guns are meant to kill. And to have that in your house puts everyone in that house in danger. So to me, ideally, it'd be better. Plus, people who are quick to anger, if they have a neighbor that they're unhappy with, if there's a gun in their house, it's more likely to get used in a moment of anger. So I'm against having things in your house where its sole reason for existing is to kill others. And that's kind of my reasoning behind why I don't think people should have guns. Because I've also met far too many abusive people who, despite all of our checks and balances, still end up with guns. And bad things happen. Let's see. Did a little bit of talk in there about neither candidate deserving the vote. I would strongly recommend then that you watch my Doug Ford video that I made about the recap of the Ontario election. I don't know if I've stated it clear enough, but I just want to make sure that people know I'm not a fan of Mark Carney. I'm just less worried about him than I was before. I'm not a fan of the Liberals in general. I'm just less worried about them right now than I was before. Do I think that things are going to drastically improve under them? No. But even if they maintain status quo, that is far better than what would happen under the Conservative Party. And the prime example of that to me was in the provincial election, where if we had any other party in power, people living with disabilities would be in a much better position because all of those parties promised to double the rates of ODSP. So what that means is because so many people stayed home and the Conservatives got back in power, there will be people, come the next election, there will be people who are dead that would have been alive had any other party been in power. Okay? Like, it is a very, very stark contrast there. I don't think the Liberals deserve my vote, but I'm not voting for them as an endorsement. Because what is more important is that in between elections, we then go out and fight and make sure that when the next election happens, there are people on the ballot that energize us and excite us to vote. But when the election happens, who's on the ballot is what you get. There are no other choices. And Mark Carney, flaws and all, better than Pierre Poilievre. And so, like, literally there will be people alive who would die under Pierre Poilievre come the next election. So these policies that they plan on putting in place, like getting rid of supervised consumption sites and things of that sort, that costs lives. There's a lot of social murder that happens, more so under Conservatives than any other party. So it's not just a matter of voting for yourself. Vote for the most vulnerable people in the community. You know, under Mark Carney, I'm not worried about my status as being non-binary being erased. I am worried about that under Pierre Poilievre. You know, even I'm worried about access to gender-affirming care under Pierre Poilievre being erased. I am worried about the right to choose what happens to your body being erased under Pierre Poilievre. Your rights for bail reform and all that sort of stuff. I'm worried under Pierre Poilievre. I'm more of a fan of let's get Mark Carney in and then let's fight like hell to get the Liberals on the right track, or to make sure that there's a new NDP party for the next election that actually represents the socialist roots it's from. That would be my ideal. But if we're busy trying to fight to just maintain our basic rights, we're not going to be able to fight to improve the situation. Hello, hermatologist. Let's see. And I'm down to the back. Oh, hello, 56 Nick Rich. I'm cool, but pissed off that assholes want to follow the stupid morons that follow MAGA. Mm-hmm. Anti-Case Tarot, I'm worried about UNDRIP under both PP and Carney, though, but I'd rather fight against a Liberal. Agreed. Like, I don't think, especially with certain policies and stuff like that, I don't think Carney is going to be much of an improvement or any improvement. But I'd much rather have him to fight against than Pierre Poilievre to fight against. Oh, hello, Rachel Atwood. What do I think about the candidates in my riding? I'm not thrilled with them. Not thrilled with any of them. My riding is a Liberal stronghold, though, so that's who I'll be voting for. Anyone but Conservative. I'm not voting for her because I like her. Just voting for her so that there's a better chance. And again, I don't pay that much attention to the polls. I've been seeing a very decent mix of lawn signs, though, so that's disconcerting. But even personally, I don't like her that much. Let's see. So let's get back into some of this. So I have a docket about the leaders and reporters, and then I have some one-offish kind stories, things that I feel like don't get enough coverage and should be covered. Interesting things to go over. So let's get back into it. Right, I have to lead into this properly. So down in the States, it's been a problem recently, a lot, with, Donald Trump calling out the media, the horrible media, and, taking away the rights of media officials and all of that sort of stuff. And Pierre Poilievre up here, who's been tied to Donald Trump, is desperately trying to separate himself from him now that Donald Trump has completely, thrown Canada and every other nation around the world under the bus. And Donald Trump's popularity in Canada is plummeted. And because, there's the whole things that conservatives don't tend to, think outside the box when it comes to things like, yes, they want to be MAGA, but they're also very nationalistic. And so when you have MAGA types attacking the nation of Canada, those nationalistic impulses in them tend to come out, and they don't tend to like Donald Trump. So now Pierre Poilievre is desperately trying to separate himself from Donald Trump. The only problem is he's doing everything Donald Trump does still. No, just a second. Lanier, don't. My cat's getting into something he shouldn't be getting into. Poilievre, not playing so nice with the media. And I was talking about this at the beginning because some people were like, well, Mark Carney isn't good with the media either. That's all politicians, but Mark Carney, or Pierre Poilievre in particular, he's gotten really bad this cycle. So let's go over some of it. So this is from Ragu. Mr. Poilievre is afraid of Canadian media. If he cannot answer their questions, how can we trust him to answer our questions? And most politicians will not directly answer most questions. So like I said with the last part, when Mark Carney was actually directly asked some things, he answered them. Kind of surprising because normally it's like they ask something and they totally say something else, not related to the question. And under Pierre Poilievre, it's getting a lot worse with the Conservatives.
Runner campaigns are dealing with the media. The difference in how the front-runner campaigns are dealing with the media. It's a bit of inside baseball, but it came up and I wanted to give it some time. The Liberal press conferences, they're pretty typical. This footage is from today in Delta, British Columbia. Reporters and cameras, they travel on the plane at their own expense, we pay our way, and get a set amount of time to ask questions each day. Usually runs about 20 minutes or so. It's up to the national media traveling with the leader to decide who asks and in what order. They don't share the questions in advance, and then local media is usually reserved extra time at the very end to make sure they get in there and don't get squeezed out by the national types. The Conservatives, as you know by now, they aren't letting the media travel on their plane. Pierre Poilievre takes just 4 questions a day with no follow-up questions allowed. And you can see there when reporters are asking those questions, a Conservative staff person holds the microphone to make sure there is no follow-up and pulls it away when the reporter is done speaking. And this reporter you were seeing is from the Conservative press conference today in Edmonton. And we see moments like this event in Petty Harbour, Newfoundland and Labrador, when a Conservative staffer, the person who holds the mic often, pulled a candidate out of a scrum, later put his hands on a photographer, a professional who I know, with decades of experience in Canada and abroad. And then late last week, the Conservatives stripped away a chance for the CBC to ask Pierre Poilievre a question because the reporter the Conservatives offered it to wanted to let a colleague ask a question instead. The reporters who go there, they're pinned into an area and they're told if they try to leave and try to interview people at the rallies, they're going to get kicked out. Like it's a real strict level of control that it's just going to create friction, it seems to me.
Yeah, so Pierre Poilievre is afraid of being asked questions by reporters. There's no doubt about it. Like, to restrict them in such ways, you know, to pen them up, which, if we remember from Donald Trump, he was a big fan of putting them in a pen, to restrict how many questions, the follow-up questions. Because the problem is that if you ask a question and they answer something that isn't related to the question, you can't even then push back and say, can you answer my question? Because that's following up. So this is just, again, him dodging the tough questions. And some of them they shouldn't be tough. They shouldn't be tough. But Pierre Poilievre has this issue of not wanting to say the truth. And he loves just lying all the time and pitching out his little catchphrases and things of that sort, his slogans. Huge fan of his slogans. I'm not saying I'm a huge fan of his slogans. I'm saying he's a huge fan of his own slogans. And so, you know, part of what an election cycle should be is where a lot of these policies are aired out for people to see, for people to scrutinize. And you can't do that if you're restricting the press from being able to do what is necessary to get the answers that the people want. And so here it goes even further. Pierre Poilievre dismisses a follow-up question from CTV's Judy Trin on the Modi connection story by labeling her as a protester as he moves on to another question.
Nous avons besoin d'une question.
Laurence Martin, Radio-Canada.
Sorry, I'm listening to the question. Sorry, there's just a protester here. Go ahead. Sorry. Sorry. Is there? We're listening. We're trying to listen.
So you can't quite hear her, but she says, I'm a reporter trying to ask you a question. And we'll get into a thread from her in just a moment.
For the next person who was up asking a question, I think it's nous avons besoin d'une question en français. Est-ce que c'est ça?
Bonjour, Monsieur Poilievre. Pour votre loi, Laurence Martin.
So here we go. So this is the reporter that was trying to ask the question. At a Conservative campaign news conference, reporters in Sault Ste. Marie are penned in within a space about 8 meters across and 8 meters deep in a parking lot that is wide open. So they're trying to ask questions from being that far back away from the people at the podium. My view of Pierre Poilievre, unless I choose to lean over the metal barricade. Four reporters pre-selected for questions for Pierre Poilievre, 2 local journalists from Sault Ste. Marie, 1 from Canadian Press, and 1 from Franco Press. This is my first Conservative campaign media conference, so I'm going to document how it works behind the scenes, and no, I'm not getting a question. A space has opened up on the riser as camera operators pull back to take wide shots.
Anyone who reinvests their proceeds here in Canada to build our economy will repeal the Liberal No New Development laws to unleash the strength of our economy.
So Salt Star reporter Elaine gets the first question, and then I'm just going to scooch down a little bit. Here is CP reporter Craig Lord asking a question. And again, you can see this is the same one guy that, from what I recall, was pushing the other camera person in the other clip. But you have the Conservative handlers holding the mic so that they can pull it away whenever they want versus, having the reporters be able to go up to a mic and speak and be able to follow up. And so Judy Trin is saying, Pierre Poilievre's response, we don't have the capacity to do CSIS background. So this was responding to the question about the Global News article about the interference, which I was thinking of covering today, but decided not to. So I'm just going to skip down to where she was talking about her incident. At this point, I yell out my question about Pierre Poilievre's refusal to get a security clearance. I'm yelling because I'm 25 meters from the Conservative leader without access to a microphone. He doesn't take follow-up questions. Mr. Poilievre then calls me a protester. For the record, Mr. Poilievre knows I'm a member of Parliamentary Press Gallery. I've asked him questions on the Hill. Also, during this election, I've asked Mark Carney questions about Chinese foreign interference in Brookfield when I was following the Liberal campaign. So she's trying to indicate that she's trying to ask tough questions of all the candidates, as a good reporter should. But it's impossible to do that when you're penned off 25 meters away from the person that you're trying to get questions from. And if the questions are being restricted to just 4 questions and all that sort of stuff, this doesn't help the people get to know, what the policies are. Again, the policies should be scrutinized. They should be eager to answer questions about this and clear the air of anything that might be misconstructed or misconstrued. It's like, oh, you think the foreign interference is an issue? Well, let me clarify that for you. Like, to me, the politicians should be eager to get in front of the reporters. There should be no tough questions. That's the thing. There should be no question that they're afraid of. They should have answers for everything that the reporters are going to come at them with. But instead, they just rather keep them aside, block them away, not answer their questions, never answer their questions directly, and so on. Let's see. And so this is from Rachel Gilmore. She's just saying, a journalist asked Poilievre why Poilievre only allows 4 questions per day with no follow-ups, I'd add. So it's just 4 questions from reporters per day. She asks in French, are you scared? Poilievre replies no, then goes off in a spiel about lost Liberal decade. His smug, absolutely smug-ass tone in this is cartoonish.
J'aimerais savoir pourquoi vous ne preniez que 4 questions des journalistes par jour. Est-ce que vous avez peur?
Est-ce que j'ai quoi? Non.
Est-ce que vous avez peur?
Non.
Pourquoi vous prenez aussi peu de questions par jour?
La réponse est...
No. I'm not scared. No. He knows he's lying.
No. The response is no. We're here today talking about the choice in the next election after the lost Liberal decade of, I'll respond in French first, and then, sorry, one of the other journalists was asked.
No, I'm not scared. I'm not scared. I'm not going to answer your question, but I'm not scared of your question. I'm just not going to answer it. Nope. Totally not scared. But it's not like Mark Carney is perfect in front of the camera all the time.
Judan Melise, Globe and Mail. My colleagues have a story today about a Liberal candidate's relations with China-friendly groups and a meeting that you also held with a pro-Beijing group. So my question is, why did you meet with this pro-Beijing group, Jiangsu Commerce Council of Canada? And is the party okay with the fact that Liberal candidate Peter Yan has been so close with the Chinese consulate and China-friendly groups, given the public inquiry into foreign interference, says that this is a tactic China uses to exert influence?
Okay, well, I'm sorry, but you can't believe everything you read in the Globe and Mail. So in your question, and I guess in the article in question, you said I had a meeting with whatever your term was, Beijing group. I've never heard of this group, okay? Never heard of this group. Certainly didn't have a set-up meeting with this group. Full stop. So check your sources before you write things like that, okay? Or your colleagues do.
That is very condescending.
I'm a politician. I go to events where there are hundreds and thousands over the course of a day of different people there. That is not a meeting. If somebody happens to be in the room, takes a picture with me, that's not a meeting, okay? First point. Secondly, with respect to Mr. Yun, this is a person who is certain.
Don't need to listen to the rest of that, because what I just wanted to get at is I'm not a fan of the politicians, bashing media organizations. The Globe and Mail is a known media organization. But we do start running into problems when there's a lot of organizations out there that claim to be media that aren't. Like recently there was Carmen Said, I think is her name, her last name, Carmen. She's very problematic and she is a grifter, and she does get a lot of good footage at these events though, but she has been extremely problematic to certain groups of people. And a global news reporter was defending her as a journalist when it's again, is Rebel News a journalist organization? There is a lot of organizations out there that are giving fake news, false news, biased news, that it is becoming more and more difficult to trust, good faith reporters. And this is something that should have been tackled a long time ago. It should have never gotten to the extent that it is right now. And a lot of it has to do, again, with you go to the United States and Donald Trump undermining the press all the time. And so the natural reflex for a lot of people in the media is to instantly defend everyone without necessarily knowing who you're defending. And sometimes we have run into the problem, like the way he said it was condescending. But we have run into the problem where the media doesn't check its sources. It's usually more of a problem on the right wing because something will blow up on Twitter and suddenly it's on Fox News as fact when it's not. And, central and left wing media have also been a victim to this, where they see a story going, taking off and they take it at face value without checking their sources. It's becoming extremely difficult to do your job as a reporter, and then to have Pierre Poilievre come around and then start putting all these restrictions, only 4 questions. You have to be this far away, not taking so many questions. And so that the valuable moment that you finally do get with him matters all that much more. It is becoming very problematic. Because the media was supposed to be what holds, the powerful accountable, but the powerful tend to run a lot of the media these days. And so the media just tends to want to help maintain the status quo, the establishment. And it's becoming harder and harder to finding out what's true, because there are stories I've wanted to cover, and then I dig a little bit deeper to find out that the information is false or something. And I know it's not a matter of if I have. I know there's probably stories that I've unwittingly spread that weren't true because I believed them to be true. And I try my best. I try my best to check all my facts and sources, but it is, especially with Twitter the way it is today, with all the fake news that's allowed on it. And, you know, then a lot of also on Facebook, you don't get many news articles these days because of that little issue they had with Google. It's becoming increasingly hard to fact check, to get reality checks out there for the people to know what is and isn't real. And this is very problematic when it comes to figuring out what policies are, what scandals are the politicians are involved with. And me as a tiny little YouTube channel, I have no idea how to combat that, but there needs to be a bigger movement towards like accurate reporting and accurate separation of legitimate news sources and people that are grifting. But let's see. So policies when it comes to what's happening in Gaza and Israel. So this person, so Samara had said, good boy, your Madam Vivian would be proud of you. Perhaps she will give you another expenses paid trip to Israel from a foundation. Keep up the good work. So I had the opportunity to ask the leader of the Conservatives how he'd treat Canada's Israel policy if elected, and what steps he'll take to protect Canadian Jews from the onslaught, blah, blah, blah. I'd love to see some follow-up questions from a different news organization on this one.
My question is the same one I'm hearing from Jewish voters I've spoken to. With the NDP and the Liberals making their stances known, how will the Conservative government deal with Canada's Israel policy? And what will you do to stop the near-weekly hate marches on Canadian streets?
Thank you. This is a very important question. The rampaging chaos that we see.
The protests are not hate marches. They're very organized. They don't get out of control. They're over-policed. But this is, again, just, it's the inching towards certain rhetoric, certain language. And so now these protesters are hate marchers and all this sort of stuff. They're protesters. Wait a sec, what did he call that reporter? Well, he called that reporter a protester. And so everything just keeps on escalating in its rhetoric. And soon, that reporter might not just be a protester, but she might be a hate monger of some sort, asking these questions, purposely trying to stoke up hatred in this country. And here's Poilievre completely misrepresenting what the protesters are doing.
In our streets, the targeting of synagogues and Jewish schools with hate, vandalism, violence, fire bombings of synagogues. These things were unheard of 10 years ago.
No, they weren't. They were heard of back then. And also, all of this stuff has been happening to a lot of Islamic institutes, too. Hate crimes have been on a rise across the board. There's absolutely been an increase in that. It's not just towards Jewish people.
We've always had debates and disagreements about foreign issues in Canada. But those disagreements did not spill into violence on our streets. People left.
What's happening in Gaza is a genocide. That is not up for debate.
The violence abroad. That's why they come to this country, is to live in peace and in freedom, so that disagreements can play themselves out in debate, not in fire bombings and physical violence. The Jewish community feels understandably under siege as these hate marches and anti-Semitic outbursts.
A lot of these events, these protests and stuff, also organized by Jewish people.
Have become a part, an unfortunate part of Canadian life. And frankly, the Liberals have encouraged these divisions. We see what they do. They say one thing to one group and then exactly the opposite to another group. They turn Canadians
Poilievre has absolutely done that as well.
Against Canadians, and they've been doing it for 10 years. And what is the consequence? 251% increase in hate crimes. 251. Now, to be clear.
And that's not entirely accurate either, because something as simple as a chalk message on the sidewalk saying Palestine should be free is suddenly considered or labeled as a hate crime. Anyway, don't need to go into the rest of that to just kind of get the vibe of that. And so here's one of those vicious hate-filled marches that happened recently. And so Eve's here saying, amazing to see 20,000 rallying in Ottawa against genocide after hundreds of demos, endless smears, and significant state repression over the past 18 months. Today's march is a sign the historic uprising against Canada complicity in an international crime remains strong. Bravo to the organizers. So the idea of calling these people hate marchers, they're calling for the end of a genocide. And it's great to see, like 20,000 people rallying in Ottawa for that. It's fantastic. Because part of my worry was, especially after Trump got elected, that a lot of it that the protests would die down. So I'm glad to see that they're still going strong. Because, like I said, it's not up for debate. What's happening over there is absolutely a genocide, and it needs to stop, and our complicity as nations in it needs to stop. And so speaking about complicity, so Nikki Ashton had tweeted this out. 147 countries recognize Palestine. France is next. Canada still refuses to do so. Recognition is the bare minimum, a step towards peace and justice for Palestinians amid a genocide. How many more Palestinians still need to be killed before Mark Carney thinks they deserve a state? So my last live stream, I did point out that he had a bit of a slip, I don't know, maybe, on a Quebec news program where he says that Palestinians deserve their own territory, that they have a right. And he seemed a lot more flexible on the issue than Justin Trudeau has ever been. But now he's like backtracking a little bit, capitulating a little bit.
The question in President Macron's declaration overnight, as I recall, would we follow suit, in effect, was the question. My answer, in a word, no. We support a two-state solution, but a two-state solution where we have a free and viable Palestinian state living in peace and security alongside an Israeli state which lives in peace and security. Those conditions.
And why aren't the Palestinians able to live in peace and security? I wonder what is preventing that.
Do not exist at the moment, unfortunately.
So we will not be doing what France is doing. It's like, we need to have the different states, but we're not going to recognize it. And so here we have, Carney just told Global News that in his response to a protester, he did not mean to accept there is a genocide happening in Gaza, and said Canada's arms export restrictions on Israel do not apply to the Iron Dome. So we get two different angles of this one. So Mark Carney's campaign speech in Calgary this evening was interrupted twice by pro-Palestine protesters. Both call for an arms embargo on Israel.
Mr. Carney, there's a genocide happening in Palestine. Will you endorse an arms embargo? There's a genocide in Palestine. Carney, 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 Carney.
So there you heard it from the protesters' side. And now you actually hear what Mark Carney said. So here, somebody is saying, Liberal leader Mark Carney let slip his stance on Israel policy when he responded to an anti-Israeli heckler asking about the genocide in Gaza. Let's listen, because here we can actually hear what Mark Carney says.
Tough.
Mr. Carney, there's a genocide happening in
Thank you. Thank you, Diana. I'm aware, which is why we have an...
So the protester said there's a genocide happening in Gaza, and Mark Carney says, I'm aware. Of course, he totally backtracks on that later, but...
I'm aware, which is why we have an arms embargo.
I'm aware there's a genocide going on. That's why we have an arms embargo. So much like I was joking and laughing about, Anthony Horsefarter being labeled a Hamas person, it doesn't matter what people in the center, in the left, it doesn't matter what they say. They will still be painted as Hamas supporters and anti-Semitic and horrible people. And because of that one little slip, Benjamin Netanyahu was like, what he said? Totally wrong. Totally wrong. So this is from CP24. Israeli PM criticizes Carney for Gaza war comments. Well, it is a genocide. So Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is criticizing Liberal leader Mark Carney for his recent comments on the war in Gaza. And then we heard what was said. And then so here, Benjamin Netanyahu says, so we can see all of it. Canada has always sided with civilizations, so should Mark Carney, but instead of supporting Israel, a democracy that is fighting a just war and just means against barbarians of Hamas, he attacks the one and only Jewish state. Mark Carney, backtrack your irresponsible statement. And he did. He did. And all of that is a bunch of bullshit coming out of Benjamin's mouth. And then asked about the exchange at a campaign stop Wednesday, Carney said he did not hear the word genocide at the rally. It's noisy. If you're up there, you hear snippets of what people said. And I heard Gaza, Carney told reporters. My point was I'm aware of the situation in Gaza. If you're aware of the situation in Gaza, you know it's a genocide. And Canada does, as you know, it's a matter of public record, and we have restrictions, and since probably January 2024 on arms exports or permits and blah, 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 blah. Yeah. In a separate campaign event Thursday afternoon, the Liberal leader was asked to clarify whether he believed the situation in Gaza amounted to genocide. This question is from International Court of Justice. The situation is a horrible situation. I will not and never politicize that word or this situation, Carney says. It's a genocide. It's a genocide. It's a genocide. It is. Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch. It's a genocide. It's a genocide. And like I said, he's been better on the issue than Justin Trudeau. Doesn't go nearly far enough. Not nearly far enough. Okay, let's check the Sandbox. And then we'll get into some other stories that I have curated for y'all. Let's see. No, that's not the... Let's see. I just want to make sure I have it up and ready to go. I hate when it... For some reason, there's this little glitch in this program where I can't just bring up screens so easily. Oh, it's so annoying. It's so annoying when it does this. You guys can't see what I'm doing, thankfully. But it gets really, really problematic when it does this. So if I do that one first, then I do this one. No. Because you know how at the bottom of the bar, if you have multiple windows open, it will show you the different windows and you select one and it goes big. For some reason, it doesn't do that all the time. And it's really, really frustrating trying to make it get up on the screen. And sometimes if I go to one that's already open, and then, there we go. Now it's up. Okay. So I can check the Sandbox. Let's see. Thank you so much, Clam Like a Bomb, for becoming a new member. You are a Feldspar. Welcome. Super appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, for being so generous. This is my first time opening up memberships for my YouTube channel. I've seen others be pretty successful with it, and considering that this month my patron has failed to pay out, there's issues, and I haven't gotten paid from my patron this month, I figured it might be a good idea to start diversifying my membership base. And so right before stream, I opened it up. So you can be a feldspar, granite, or quartz. And for those of you who don't know, those are all elements in sand, and you're in the Sandbox. So that's where those names come from. But I just started it, and thank you so much for being so generous on my first live stream, having memberships available. So I've scrolled up as high as I can. Oh, what's this? Oh, another one. Thank you so much, Wanda. Super appreciate it. Let's I need to figure out how to okay. Oh, no. Oh, there we go. Okay. So Looney Tunes 9000 says, since when did you turn on membership, Sandy? Like literally an hour before this live stream. And for all those of you who are joining me now, if you didn't get a chance, please go check out the interview I did with the letter hack on his channel on Friday evening. He was interviewing me about my book, Necroplasm. This book right here. But I went as a character in the book for the interview. So I was dressed up as a vampire. And if you read the book, you would have seen that there was a white streak in my hair that I used a bunch of baby powder for so that it would be authentic. 56 Nick Rich, if we can just recall that on October 17th, 2018, cannabis was legalized in Canada, then recognize that healthcare is personalized is simple. No? No. Yeah. People saying kitty break. Oh, that's when Lanier came up on my lap. Lanier is my first orange cat. Let's see. Looney Tunes and mega idiots love guns, not women and children. Yeah, seems like the guns have more rights than people. Like in Alberta, where a 12-year-old will potentially be able to go hunting unsupervised with a gun, but they won't be able to change their pronoun at school without being outed to the parents. I know you're here now, Looney Tunes 9000. And hello, Rachel Atwood. Hello, Rickering. I voted today. I forgot that my area redistricted, but it's fine. I had the candidate sheet. Oh, that's good. I'm most likely going to be voting early. I believe the electoral offices are now available if people want to go vote at those locations anytime they're open. There'll be advanced polling and stuff, but I do plan on having a live stream the night of for the results. So check me out for that. So I definitely want to make sure that I voted ahead of time so I'm not stressed out about doing that too. Auntie Kay's tarot family was over for dinner. I feel like I missed a lot. I agree the Liberals aren't good, but they are not scary. Yeah. Yeah. They're not as bad as I thought they were going to be. If it, like, honestly, if it had been Justin Trudeau all over again, I'd be a lot more worried. But Mark Carney seems to really be taking the ship in a different direction. Let's see. Mozart says 100, Sandy. So yeah, to everything. Oh, okay. So I did catch some of those. So I've overlapped a little bit. Let's see. Rachel Atwood, this moment is doing wonders for reviving Mike Myers' career. He has been getting into some of the commercials and stuff. Andy Case Tarot, damn loyalist area about races as Alberta, conservative stronghold. Yeah. And I've been to Alberta. Whew. I have family out there. I'm kind of glad I didn't. And also saying liberal nationalists scare me more. Colonialism is evil if it's waves of rainbow flags and has brown friend of every shade. Nationalism of all sorts. It's definitely scary. But there is something very fake about liberal nationalism. It's what is it? You know, they're like, you have the Maple MAGA, but then you have the Maple Karens, which are like the liberals. And it's because it's almost like because they're pretending to be your friend. That makes it so off-putting and dangerous, because they're pretending to be your friend when they really do kind of hate you and don't believe that equal rights apply to everyone. Whereas the conservatives are just far more open with their beliefs and whatnot. But also a lot of the liberals try to convince themselves that they're the good ones, as opposed to just examining some of their policies and what they believe and what they're doing and all that sort of stuff. Like, there's no sense of self-reflection, whereas the conservatives just tend to own it. And that's definitely problematic. Rickering, wait, your cat's name is Lanier? Yes, if you know the reference. Welcome to the Sandbox. You're one of us. Let's see. Citizen of Earth. Carney took 4 days off campaigning and still hasn't released his full plan. Carney is afraid of the press after these last 3 weeks. Pierre lying all the time. Oh, I get that. You're dumb. No. Carney has been taking time off because there's a certain crisis going on right now with tariffs, and he has to actually do his job. So he has been taking time off of the campaign to do that. And I proved earlier very easily that Pierre Poilievre is a liar. And I've also proved very easily how he doesn't like reporters and sanctions them off and won't answer their questions, afraid to talk to them. So I think you're the one that lacks any sort of critical thinking skills when it comes to this sort of thing. Because I tend to back my stuff up with actual proof and showing people what I'm talking about, as opposed to just blindly believing Pierre Poilievre, who is a proven liar. Let's see. Looney Tunes 9000, seriously, he needs to get his head out of the ass and just answer the questions given to him. Yeah, like I said, I've been kind of surprised by Carney for actually answering questions sometimes. And I see there's some fans of Steve Boots in the chat and some who are not. It's very subject dependent for me. Rachel Atwood, I thought the Globe and Mail was a really mainstream paper. No. Yeah, that's why Mark Carney came off a lot snarky in that and really condescending, because the Globe and Mail is an established newspaper, unlike some other places that are trying to come across as media organizations. And so to say that to her in that tone, really condescending and not appropriate in my opinion. But like most news organizations, the Globe and Mail will have a biases, like a leaning towards, right center. It's really right and center when it comes to mainstream media organizations. There's a lot of leftist independent networks, but I wouldn't say that there's a media network out there that, like a mainstream one, that leans left. Although the ones that lean center tend to get accused of being leaning left, but there's lots of independent ones that are left-leaning and will tell you that. Let's see. Anti-Case Tarot, Carney was bad on Palestine as expected for someone running to be PM of a settler colony, but PP's language indicates dissent will be silenced. Yeah. I don't have, like, I'm surprised by how much he has slipped out about Gaza so far, Mark Carney. But the proof will be in the policy, because it's easier for me to give Mark Carney a little bit of a benefit of the doubt because he hasn't been in a position of trying to push policy and stuff of that sort. So he isn't a proven liar, whereas we know Pierre Poilievre is a proven liar. But that's like the only reason I don't have much faith in Mark Carney, though, to be much different when it comes to policies towards what's happening in Gaza. Because he is still part of the Liberal Party. So I don't have much faith there's going to be much difference. And it could be his little slip-ups are happening because he's not a politician and he doesn't know the rules yet. But I am very much worried it will be a lot worse should Pierre Poilievre get into power. And what would happen to the protesters here? Because you see it in the United States. People who are outspoken about Palestine and Gaza are literally getting snatched off the streets. And I'm worried about that sort of thing happening here because Pierre Poilievre has already indicated that sort of thing would happen here, where student protesters and stuff like that would be just deported for being part of these protests. That's already been indicated. And so I'm very much worried about that. But I don't think things will actually improve under the Liberals either. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, it jumped. Okay, why don't we get back into it? And so, part of what I want to be covering in the politics are more Indigenous issues, and quite often what goes under the radar is the candidates. And so APTN has a roundup of Indigenous candidates running for this election. And I know from Indigenous peoples that I've talked about or heard talk online and things of that sort, there is a bit of a rift with some saying that you shouldn't be participating in the system at all versus some saying that you need to participate in the system and stuff. But I still think it's important to at least be aware of who the candidates are. I don't know a lot about them personally, but this is just kind of like a quick roundup because it's important. I find this type of stuff important to be acknowledged and to be out there. So let's go to this
Data
first.
collected by,
and then we go to here. There we go. So from APTN News.
APTN focuses on 4 parties. The data compiled from multiple sources, including the hashtag IndigiPoly. Come April 28th, there will be 34 Indigenous candidates on the ballot. 12 are with the Liberal Party, 6 are with the Conservatives, 13 are running with the NDP. The Green Party has 2.
Okay, why are any with the Conservatives? And I have this about pretty much any vulnerable group out there. Why are you with the Conservatives?
And the Bloc Québécois has 1. Now let's break those numbers down a bit more into First Nation, Métis, and Inuit specific. There are 22 First Nation candidates. 8 of them are Liberals, 5 are with the Conservatives, 7 are with the NDP. The Bloc and the Greens have 1 First Nation candidate each. There are 10 Métis candidates running in this election. 3 are Liberals, 5 are NDP, and the Conservatives and the Green Party have 1 Métis candidate each, and the remaining 2 candidates are Inuit. Both the Liberals and NDP have 1 Inuk candidate each. Of the 34, there are 7 incumbents, 4 of which are names we've heard in the media a lot. Jaime Batiste for Cape Breton Antigonish. He threw his name in to replace Justin Trudeau as Liberal Party leader earlier this year, then backed out. And 3 NDPers, Leah Gazan from Winnipeg Centre and Laurie Idlu of Nunavut, both often speaking out against violence on Indigenous women and girls, as well as Blake Desjardins of Edmonton Griesbeck Riding. He is a Cree Métis who is Two-Spirit and is often vocal on the subject matter. There are also a handful of First Nations candidates who've held leadership positions in their own communities or regions. Both Tanya Cameron and Charles Fox are candidates in the Kenora-Kiiwetinoong riding in Northern Ontario, and Rebecca Chartrand is hopeful for the Churchill-Kiiwetinoong-Aski riding seat in Northern Manitoba. Those ridings are 2 of 36 that the Assembly of First Nations says are swing ridings where First Nations voters could determine who gets in. 2 other notable First Nation candidates are Gilbert Whiteduck in Pontiac-Kitigan-Zibi and Billy Morin in Edmonton Northwest. Both were chiefs in their home communities. For a full list of the Indigenous candidates' names and their ridings, go to aptnnews.ca. And in the next 2 weeks, APTN will also profile some of those AFN-identified swing ridings with coverage of issues more specific to those regions.
Okay. Because we're getting into some backlash. There's the whole talk of DEI happening right now, especially down in the States. And of course, what happens down there starts trickling up here. And we have made very, very, very little progress when it comes to reconciliation. And even just those tiny little baby steps, some people now want to take away. So here we have petitioners ask BC Supreme Court to force UBC to stop Indigenous land acknowledgments.
Land acknowledgments are common at the start of events at all of UBC's campuses. The school even has a website explaining how to do it. A petition filed in BC Supreme Court by 4 UBC professors and 1 graduate student seeks a court order to prohibit UBC from declaring or acknowledging it is on unceded Indigenous land.
Many people find them uncontroversial, but land acknowledgements make a claim about who's sovereign on a particular territory, whether or not Canada is legitimately sovereign, whether the land is stolen land.
The petition cites a section of BC's University Act which says a university must be non-sectarian and non-political in principle. UBC's main campus is on the traditional territory of the Musqueam Nation, whose elected chief rejects the notion that land acknowledgements are political.
They absolutely are not political. It's just, they're not.
Absolutely not. It's just, it's actually mind-boggling that we're still having these discussions in 2025. It's the truth. It's unceded territory. We don't have a treaty here in Musqueam.
The petition also takes issue with some of UBC's policies around diversity, equity, and inclusion, saying they also amount to political activity.
There's a chill on campus, and there's things that they want to say or that they want to study in some cases that they feel they can't under the current climate of UBC.
Across its campuses, UBC has more than 7,000 faculty members, and so far only 4 have signed on to the court petition.
Not only do I not think that principles that promote diversity, equity, and inclusion are political, I really think that they're best practices that are central to the core of our mission.
The university says it is reviewing the petition and will not comment while it is before the courts. Ben Milger, CTV News, Vancouver.
Okay, was there anything else down in the article? I think that was all covered in there. Yeah, we're in such an environment right now where things that weren't controversial are becoming controversial. And, it started with things as simple as trans women in sports. Trans women have been allowed to compete in the Olympics for a whole bunch of years, but now suddenly it's become controversial. Land acknowledgments are not political. They shouldn't be controversial. They're important for people to know the name of the land that they're on, the history of the land that they're on, and to show people a little bit about the land that I'm on. So this is from the University of Waterloo, Territorial Acknowledgement. And so this land here acknowledges that much of our... So it's not enough for a proper acknowledgement of land. A land acknowledgement is not just enough to say this is the land. It's to say more about like the interaction between the organization and the land and the people and that sort of thing. So here's the University of Waterloo acknowledges that much of our work takes place on the traditional territory of the Neutrals, Anishinaabe, and Haudenosaunee peoples. Our main campus is situated on the Haldimand Tract, the land granted to the Six Nations that includes 6 miles on each side of the Grand River. Our active work towards reconciliation takes place across our campuses through research, learning, teaching, and community building, and is centralized within our Office of Indigenous Relations. And down here about the Haldimand Tract. On October 25th, October 1784, Sir Frederick Haldimand, the governor of Quebec, signed a decree that granted a tract of land to the Haudenosaunee, also known as the Six Nations, for their alliance with British forces during American Revolution, that's 1775 to 83. The Haldimand Tract extends by 10 kilometers on both sides of the Grand River from its source in Dundalk Township to the mouth at Lake Erie. Originally, 950,000 acres was designated for the Haldimand Tract. Today, approximately 48,000 acres remain. Read more about this at the Six Nation Land Resources. And so this is an image of it. Do you get to see the image? So less than 5% of the original land granted is still maintained. And that's this spot here, this dark orange. Less than 6% is still... so even though this land is the Haldimand Tract that I'm currently on, only less than 5% is still being controlled by Indigenous peoples, which, pretty much as soon as it was granted to the Six Nations, the name for the royalty, the queen, but there's a term for it. They came in, the crown, that's it. The crown started to come in and start selling off a lot of the land. And what they would do is sell it to settlers, even though they didn't even have the deeds to the land. They would just say, oh, now it's yours, and leave that to be a problem, to be a conflict later on. And there has been tons of problems and conflicts with it. But like none of this land was, all of this land, I should say, was taken by fraud, coercion, all that sort of stuff. So all of this here should be Six Nations land, and only less than 5% is. Actually, I'm curious about that link. Been wanting to find more information on this. Oh yeah, this is the, it's a very old pamphlet. Again, something I would love to do is get to have somebody interview about all of this and the history of it, because it is fascinating. And I have learned more about it, but I'm not the best communicator of this information. But I do recommend people look up the land that you're on, learn about it. It's not just a part of our history. It's current. A lot of these treaties are current. A lot of them are being broken currently. This isn't ancient history. It is now. So next little story that I have here. Not feeling safe, growing number of Americans seek Canadian citizenship. A growing number of Americans with family ties to Canada are seeking to reclaim Canadian citizenship, spurred in part by shifting political and social conditions in the United States. Immigration lawyers say they've seen an increased interest from individuals who have Canadian parents or grandparents and are now looking to make the move north. This had always used to be a meme. You know, come an election, people saying, oh, if I don't like the results, I'm going to move to the States or move to Canada and vice versa and all that sort of stuff. Now it's an actual thing. Like, people are actually now moving because they no longer feel safe in their own country. So here we have concerns over rights protections. Among those applying are members of the LGBTQS plus community who express concerns about rollback of rights and protections, as well as diversity, equity, and inclusion policies south of the border. Some people are very uncomfortable with the direction things are going in the United States, immigration lawyer Chantal Deslodges told CTV News. They're not feeling safe with the increasing power of the Trump administration, especially the clampdowns on certain areas of society. The sentiment is echoed by immigration lawyer Max Chaudhry, who told CTV News that many of his clients, particularly transgender individuals, have found the shifting government policies in the U.S. increasingly concerning. The policies making certain communities invisible again and have been a major issue, he said, adding that some families are moving because they want a safe environment for their children, particularly when they feel those protections are under threat. It's not that easy to move up here. So, you know, we're going to be getting more and more Americans wanting sanctuary and refugee status in Canada. And my fear is, because I've kind of used this analogy before, they're jumping ship to a lifeboat, but they're not checking to make sure that the lifeboat has no leaks in it first. And right now there's a lot of leaks in these lifeboats. Canada is safer relative to the United States. It is not safe, and depending on the next government we have after the 28th, could be a lot less safe, but still safer relative. So the surge in application comes at a time when Canada's citizenship policies have become more accessible. In March, former Immigration Minister Mark Miller directed officials to grant citizenships to so-called lost Canadians, individuals born or adopted abroad who fell through legislative gaps. And so these would be stateless individuals, if I do believe correctly. The current rules generally restrict citizenship by descent to the first generation, excluding some people who have a genuine connection to Canada, Miller stated. This has unacceptable consequences for families and impacts life choices such as where individuals may choose to live, work, study, or even where to have children and raise a family. This directive follows Bill C-71, which sought to resolve these issues but stalled when Parliament was blah, blah, blah. Let's see. Scooch down to here, driven by fear. For many, the decision to move to Canada is motivated by fear of worsening conditions in the U.S. Being able to move out of that situation, though, is a privilege. Like, if I had to move out of Ontario because of some really restrictive laws that came down, I can't. I don't have the resources. And as somebody who lives, relies on disability for my base of my income. If I were to move to another province, I'd have to reapply all over again. And no disability system is easy to get onto. So just because you've already qualified in one province doesn't guarantee you a spot in another province. And they make it difficult. So I have no choice. I have to remain in Ontario. And a lot of people who are afraid in the States right now, they also have no choice. They have to remain where they are because maybe they have some connection to a job that they can't leave because of healthcare reasons. They're relying on disability payments where they are, and if they move, they lose them. There's so many ways to restrict. So it is, to me, it's just horrifying because for every person you see trying to get into Canada, know that there's dozens more that wish they could but can't. I've just never seen anything like it. It's fear motivated, Curlin said. They have their own particular issues per family, but when you take the curtain away, people are oppressed by fear. Dislodges says this fear is not just limited to the administration and sometimes extends to social interactions. There's a certain segment of society which has showed its face, Dislodges said. They are thinking, oh my God, all these people who I thought were on the same page with us are all of a sudden supporting this government's policies. This shift has led to an increasing number of U.S. citizens looking for pathways to Canadian citizenship, many of whom previously might have hesitated to make such a significant life change. Some of them don't want to stay in the United States until the paperwork is done on citizenship, Curlin said. So they're looking for ways to enter Canada temporarily and resolve their situation under regular immigration system. Dislodges has witnessed a similar trend. The people I'm talking to are making serious decisions. Some of them are saying, as soon as I get my Canadian passport, I'm out of here. And they're already looking for jobs. It's a level of seriousness I've never seen before. And to push back against some of the rising anti-LGBTQ plus hatred that is happening here, because that is the highest or the fastest increasing right now is against queer folks. And so Drag the Vote helps voters return to the ballot box. The national campaign involves over 200 drag artists working to bring disillusioned Canadians back to the polls. I'm actually part of this. I signed up for it. I got a package in the mail I was thrilled about. And I requested a large t-shirt. They sent me a small. Like, technically speaking, it fits so long as I don't take a deep breath. And so I do need to make a video or two about this as well. I got some stickers and some brochures, but I need to put the t-shirt on as much as it fits. and make a couple little quick videos to help this out. So it's just to encourage people to get out and vote, which I tend to do anyway. Or that's one of my goals. So federal election outreach tends to play it straight, but Drag the Vote knows a little camp can move the room. The national campaign taps Canadian drag stars, including some of Ottawa's best-known drag kings and queens, to mobilize voter turnout ahead of Election Day. Drag artists across, it's not just drag artists, it's also queer folks. Drag artists reach across political spectrum, said Faye Johnstone, executive director of Momentum, the Ottawa nonprofit behind Drag the Vote. We see drag artists and trans communities under attack by cynical, power-hungry politicians, so we're responding with a positive, uplifting campaign. More than 200 drag performers across Canada have volunteered to fold civic engagement into their shows at bars, brunches, and other places that traditional politics don't reach. Yeah, they put out a call on Twitter for people who are already like content creators of sorts to be part of this, and I put my name in the hat, so I need to do that. Everything that I need to get on top of. Okay, let's see. Something that should be taken more seriously that I haven't heard a single politician mention yet is climate change. Canadians impacted by extreme weather want federal parties to prioritize climate issues. A Calgary woman who experienced 4 hailstorms over the past few years believes climate and environment issues should be a priority in the federal election. I don't know how bad it's going to have to get before people actually start taking this seriously. And the problem is that by the time people start taking it seriously, It's like those big barges that are moving on the water. This has really started to pick up steam, and it's going fast. And even if we start making all the right changes now, it's still going to move forward before we have any hope of starting to bring it back. So part of the thing why people have such a hard time getting on board with this is everyone wants, the immediate gratification, see the immediate results. We take plastic straws out of circulation and therefore the oceans should be plastic free. Like they want these instant fixes, and there are none. What has been happening in the climate has been decades and decades and decades in the making. It's not going to get fixed in a few years. And it's going to take so many different things, like strategies in order to fix it. There is no one fix. And to see that it's still not being taken with the seriousness that it needs to be taken is frustrating. Let's see. I think there's part of this I wanted to get to. No, insurance premiums rising. With severe weather intensifying, becoming more frequent, Canadians are also concerned about their insurance premiums rising, and some are even finding it difficult to get coverage. This person from Calgary was looking to renew his home insurance for a more affordable rate. He was shocked to find that his postal code was denied coverage from one insurance company because he was in a high-risk area. My house does not have any hailstorm damage or roof damage due to hail, but we fall under the area code that they have suspended for insurance, he said. Stewart says that it's likely going to become more difficult to access hail coverage and more expensive as more intensive weather hits. We are seeing insurers adjust exposure to adjust their coverages so that they're not at risk as exposed, and so on and so forth. It's almost like, we now need pre-existing conditions in just insurance for property. It is because they're going to start making it so there are places where you simply cannot get insurance for houses and stuff. And it's always the people with the least that are harmed, that lose the most, or harmed the most, because it's the people who can't afford insurance when their house burns down, when it gets lost in a flood, when it gets damaged in a hailstorm. They can't recover from it. And this is just becoming a bigger and bigger issue. Let's see. Measles outbreak sparks concern over rare horrific neurological disorders. So if climate change wasn't scary enough, measles, not only respiratory infection, say doctors who note it can damage the brain and immune system. And if we scooch down here, it says how bad it's been getting in this country. So, as of Friday, provincial health authorities across the country had reported 914 cases of measles, surpassing the 751 infections for all of 2011. The total is the highest since the measles were eradicated in Canada more than 25 years ago. The bulk of the cases in the country have been reported in Ontario, with Public Health Ontario detailing 804 confirmed and probable cases of measles so far. We've been hearing a lot down in the States. But here we go. On Friday, the U.S. Center of Disease Control and Prevention reported 712 cases of measles so far this year in 25 jurisdictions, including all those areas. 712 versus 914 in Canada. So per capita, Canada, we're in trouble. We're in big, big trouble. And it's a lot of people that became anti-vaxxers during COVID. I'm vaccinated against it. I checked. But it's just, again, this is so frustrating because it's preventable. We pretty much eradicated measles, and now they're coming back because so many people are like, oh, but do I trust the science? Yeah, the science has actually eradicated it for 25 years. And now because a bunch of people are like, oh no, the vaccines, they might do something else. Yeah, they prevent you from getting potentially deadly diseases or diseases that can completely destroy a person's life and give them a disability for the rest of their life and have horrific conditions for the rest of their life. Like, get the goddamn vaccine. That's all I'm saying. And I feel bad for the children that have to suffer through this because their parents are being too brain dead to allow them to get the vaccine. But let's see. But I wanted to end with a little bit of more positive stuff. So here we have OPSU is the official account for the Ontario Public Service Employee Union, representing more than 180,000 members across the province. After a 20-year battle, we won. With 88% of ballot casters voting yes, we can finally say over 16,000 part-time and seasonal college faculty across Ontario will join OPSU in one of the largest organizing drives in Canadian history. So bravo. And this is from their webpage. I will toss this link into the Sandbox. But here, so after 20 years, finally got this done. Toronto, college faculty unions had much celebrated around the historic table at the Ontario Labour Relations Board. Today, after a long day sorting through thousands of ballots with 88% of ballot casters voting in favor, the union won a vote count of over 16,000 part-time and seasonal faculty of all 24 of Ontario's public colleges will join OPSU. Let's see. So last week, Global News released data demonstrating that the 5 highest paid college presidents made an average of roughly almost $500,000 in 2024. We're coming for our fair share, and we're coming for a better system. In contract negotiations, as in policy, you win what you have the power to fight for, and in terms of building power, today is a game changer. So that's good for them. More unions, more power to the unions, more unions, because, you know, unions are based, and they tend to be more vocal and good. So here we have dozens of Ontario teachers walk out of annual OTPP, that's the Ontario Teachers Pension Plan meeting, demanding pensions stop benefiting from Palestinian deaths. Divest from war crimes and genocide now, their t-shirts read. Teachers also held vigil demanding divestment back in February. So more of these hate marchers, according to Pierre Poilievre.
Now, it's normal for me at this time, particularly on the week of the learning community, that I try and lighten the load a little bit and say something that is either amusing or political. So here goes. I actually have a nasty neighbour to the south wall, and also the progress we've made in advancing our strategy. We're also going to cover some of our key investment push into our investment activities when you consider what's happening in both Canada and the United States. Now, at Teachers, it's very much our focus.
Genocide! We are genocide! Teachers, we can hide! We are funding 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 genocide! We are funding genocide! Teachers, we can hide! We are funding genocide!
Yeah, unions have power. We need more unions. And let's see. Also, this. I find this headline amusing. A German experiment gave people a basic monthly income. The effect on their work ethic was surprising. It's not surprising to anyone that knows anything about a basic income. Yes, it made things better People still worked. All of that. It was not surprising if you know anything about basic income. Let's see. Did I want to read all of this article? It's a long article. I don't think I'm going to go through all of this article. I'm just going to toss it in Sandbox for people because I've covered this sort of thing before. Every basic income that has kind of gone out there, any basic income program and whatnot. Oops, something is wrong with the link that I just put in there. It shows that they work. They work. We know they work. It doesn't stop people from working or anything of that sort. Is it going to let me put that in there? It's saying it's too many characters. Can I share the article? Let's see. It is saying that it's too many characters for me to toss into the Sandbox, even though it doesn't seem like it should be that much. But yeah, a German experiment has found that people are likely to continue working full-time even if they receive no strings attached universal basic income payments. Really? Yeah, we know. We know. We know. It works. This is something we know. It works. And it's just a complete and utter lack of political will to push this through because they want people stressed and starved and desperate to work, you know, at slave wages to fill capitalistic greed. That's all it is. For most of the issues out there, climate change, quality of living, you know, a livable wage, all of that sort of stuff, we know the solutions. The solutions are out there. It's just the politicians aren't acting on it. There's no political will to follow through with it. And that's what it is. We know how to fix the climate, even though, like I said, it would take a long time. We know how to do it. We know what is necessary. We know how to fix a lot of the crime issues, how to fix a lot of the addiction issues, and that's by dealing with the root causes. We know all of this, but the politicians are refusing to do it because they don't serve the people. They serve the capitalist gods that they worship. And one last thing that I wanted to torture you all with, I had to listen to it, so now you have to listen to it. You're going to hate me for it. Everyone who just signed up to be a member will be like, I want to now detract my membership. Pierre Poilievre. This is, yeah. I'll let the clip sing for itself.
两只老虎，两只老虎，跑得快，跑得快。一只没有眼睛，一只没有耳朵，真奇怪，真奇怪。两只兔子，两只兔子，跑得快，跑得快。一只没有眼睛，一只没有耳朵，真奇怪，真奇怪。两只老。
That is a nursery rhyme. I first learned it as Frère Jacques. I learned it in French. It's part of the French teaching. And it's, are you sleeping, Brother John? Frère Jacques, dormez-vous, dormez-vous, sommeil, whatever. Ding, dang, dong, ding, dang, dong. And it was done in a canon. And so I don't know if I'd be able to pull it off. Where it'd be like, I'd have to get this ready to go. Kind of curious if I could do it. InShot. If I do this, I bring this over here. And I do this. I wonder if I can pull it off due to a delay. So if I go Are you sleeping? Are you sleeping? Brother John, Brother John. Morning bells are ringing, morning bells are ringing. Ding, dang, dong, ding, dang, dong. And then I do this. I go, are you sleeping? Are you sleeping? Are you sleeping? Are you sleeping? Brother John, Brother John. Morning bells are ringing, morning bells are ringing. Ding dang dong, ding dang dong. I go. That's what we used to do in elementary school. There. Now you all have to put up with my singing. See, you can do that when there's a delay. Oh. A cannon around, that's what they were called, yeah. Okay. I am going to check the sandbox. I've been at this for almost 4 hours. And that's the thing. I've been live streaming this for almost 4 hours. I've been at this since noon. Because that's when I started to put together all the dockets and stuff. And I really, really need to get better at not leaving it all till the last minute. So, let's see. Scrolled up as high as I can. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anyone's super chat or becoming a new member. Thank you everyone for being so generous with becoming new members now that I have it as an option, especially considering my patron didn't pay out this month. Hopefully they can get it figured out, because it emptied out of my patron account, but it didn't go into my bank account. It just kind of disappeared into the void. Oh. Let's see. There is a Mr. S saying they chanted death to Canada, death to USA. If you don't remember, it's because you don't want to recognize truth. That's on you, bud. You do know what they mean by that, right? Like, they aren't talking about everyone in those countries should be wiped out. They're talking about ending the imperialistic tendencies, the institutions, and things of that sort. Not necessarily bad and completely understandable, depending on who's saying it. They're not saying that everyone here should be wiped out. It's just the American Institute, the Canadian Institute, the Colonial Settler Institute needs to end. And I would be completely fine with a complete and utter revamping of how this country runs. Yeah, it looks like I have more random people coming into the sandbox. Must be doing good in the algorithms then, if I'm catching those attentions. Getting a couple trolls in from the looks of it. Good. Means that I'm doing better. It may be because I just turned on membership and then YouTube likes me better. Because that means that they make more money. And so then they're more likely to promote me in the algorithms. Rachel Atwood, I keep bugging other streamers to have you on to talk about the Canadian election. Hopefully someone will take you up on it. I really would like to do that. I was actually able to reach out to Francesca because Normally, I wouldn't be able to because Twitter made it the rule where you have to be following each other in order to send a direct message, a DM. And she doesn't follow me because she doesn't know I exist. But I decided to just check, and it turns out I sent her a message a while ago, like in 2022, because she was having a live show of the Bitchuation Room. And I got an e-ticket for it, and I sent her a DM saying, hey, I got an e-ticket for your show. I'm really excited about it. And she said, woo! So she replied back to me. So that opened the door. So that means that I can still message her. So I did. Partly because I wanted to talk to her about a segment that she posted recently called Extermination, talking about people with disabilities and how they were the first to go in the German camps. But the person she had on also talked about Canada's MAID system. And the system is very problematic. There is no doubt about it. But he made it sound like you could apply for it in a day and get it, which is just like, no. There is a lot of hyperbolicism that goes around the MAID system, which to me, again, I don't like when you do that sort of thing because it deflects from, like, it dilutes? No, there's a word. It not dismisses, but it detracts from a lot of the actual issues about MAID. And as somebody who lives with disabilities, it's something that I pay attention to. And I have a couple articles because I know the UN has spoken out against it recently. And again, it's not that they've spoken out against it. It's more that it should be repealed for people with track 2. So that's people with no foreseeable death. So people, generally speaking, with disabilities whose lives are, they feel are unlivable. That it should be repealed until proper checks are put in place. It's a very complex and nuanced topic, one that I've talked about plenty of times on my channel. And so I would like to be able to go on to her show and talk about the issues that she brought up, because she was also saying that disability should be talked about more, which is something I do a fair bit on my channel. So I sent her a DM about it a few days ago, haven't heard anything back. So I don't know if I will, because I was really hoping to, because it's not just MAID that I would want to talk about. It's all the other underlying issues with disabilities and politics that we could touch on, that I was really hoping to do on a much larger platform. And then if it's before the 28th, talk about the Canadian election. But yeah, I'd love to get on a bigger show to talk about the election, because people like me, living with disabilities, queer, non-binary, living with poverty, we tend to have a different perspective on the election than some other people. But I appreciate you trying to get me out to the other people. Rachel Atwood wondering who Steve Boots is. He is a Canadian content creator on Twitch, also on YouTube. He is a former teacher. His YouTube channel, much larger than mine. And he talks politics. And he does it as a former teacher. And it depends on what he's talking about. When it comes to actual just policies and breaking down of the issues of that way, he tends to do a very good job. But he lacks in analysis from an intersectional perspective. He does come across as very white man when he does it. He posted a clip not too long ago that I kind of thought was really about how leftists are constantly, you say one little tiny thing wrong and an attack is launched on you and blah, blah, blah. And, everyone is so critical of you. And really the only people I've heard that from are on the left are white men who haven't faced any consistent criticism in their life. Because if you're not a cis straight white man, the amount of criticism you deal with on a daily basis kind of prepares you for what you will encounter online if you choose to become a content creator. like some of the things that I have been criticized over my life for simply existing. And so he seems to be a little bit sensitive about that sort of thing because he lacks the intersectional perspective. And so Auntie K. Tara mentions a fair bit that he's very bad when it comes to Indigenous issues. And I haven't heard him speak on it. I don't doubt her. And that he does probably represent a more maple streamlined view of politics. He is of the left, though. There's no doubt about it. He is more left-leaning. And he tries to break down policies from an objective viewpoint, and he does lead-ups to elections and stuff. He'll do like, here's my rundown of the election and the policies and things of that sort, and he tends to do a good job there. So you can check him out on YouTube and Twitch and come to your own conclusions. I've tried reaching out to him to connect. Haven't heard back. Let's see. Let's see. Seems to be a fair bit of fighting in the sandbox. Try to keep it cordial. I'm all for disagreements, but I also said at the top of the show too, the sandbox isn't an ideal place for nuanced conversations. It's just not. That's all there. It's just a bad place for nuanced conversations. And a lot of things can get misinterpreted. A lot of things, inflections and stuff just simply aren't there. Like I'm all for disagreements and pushing back, but just keep things cordial. No name calling, no slurs, no just outright attacking people and things of that sort. Let's see. Hello, the Wild West. Let's see. Are people liking my singing ability? I don't know, the way Pierre Poilievre sings, I'm almost thinking it's intentionally that bad. Because I don't think you could accidentally be that bad. It's like he's trying to be bad. It was just, wow. Looney Tunes 9000, can Sandy go for 2 more hours? No. I need to eat. Relax. I have a lot more work to do, not related to my YouTube channel. Godspeed, Sandbox indeed. Don't know what you mean by that. But welcome to the Sandbox. Rachel Atwood, she's really busy. I'm sure Francesca would love to have you on at some point. Oh, I don't doubt that. Like, it's no shade on her or anything. It's just, I know that a lot of these channels that are bigger than mine are busy. And I'm just another, it's hard to get to everyone that requests your attention type thing. It's the same as trying to send in an IM or a phone call to the Majority Report these days. They rarely ever get through because just the sheer volume of people going through. It's not because they're doing anything bad or wrong. It's just they're really popular. And Francesca does an amazing show and is very popular. And so I'm probably just one of many people reaching out to her for this sort of thing. And sometimes people just don't have the energy to go and vet because you would want to vet a lot of the people. Or it could just have been completely missed because it gets pushed down and not even seen and open. Like, there's so many different things. But, I think it would be a very interesting conversation to have based on what I saw her have the conversation was. Rachel Atwood, the UK streamers are really interested in discussing the MAID program since Labour is proposing a similar assisted dying program. Well, it's something, I've even interviewed somebody who was approved for it. He didn't end up going through with it, but he was one of the cases where he was going to get evicted and he has like severe back pain and back issues. And because he's relying on disability, there was nowhere for him to go. So if he gets evicted, he'd end up on the streets because there's no shelters available, nowhere where he could find affordable rent. And so then the question becomes, do you die peacefully at home or do you end up on the streets to have a prolonged violent death? And so he had applied for MAID and was approved. But because his story made the news, he won the lottery. And so a GoFundMe was started for him and over $50,000 was raised for him so that he would be fine. And the thing is that it was good for him, but there are other people who have gone through with MAID that were in similar situations that simply needed more supports or needed a different place to live. And the thing is that I do support MAID in principle. Dying with dignity. I do absolutely support that, but it should be a last option. It shouldn't be because, things that are reasonable are being denied, like affordable housing, a place to live, medical supports, things of that sort. It shouldn't be between that. Like, it should be after all of those things are given. And then, people can turn to MAID, but they're turning to MAID because our healthcare system is not what it claims to be. And so that's where the nuance comes in. I'm somebody who does support MAID, but I'm also somebody who recognizes that in its current state, it is a horrendous policy. And it's not because of MAID in itself, it's because of the lack of healthcare and mental health care of this country and lack of affordable living and all that sort of stuff. Sorry, I need to adjust my fallen out from below. There we go. That's better. And also I like to just get rid of a lot of the disinformation about it because some people like to fearmonger about MAID, saying, ooh, 5% of all deaths in Canada were MAID. Ah, scary. Ah. And it's like, well, yeah, like those, if you look at the statistics of MAID, the overwhelming majority are people who had cancer. The average age is the late 70s. They're only shortening their life by an expected 2 months. That's the vast, vast majority. And it's literally a handful of people who are on track 2, which is like a disability or something of that sort. And any death, like any person who goes to MAID because they can't get the supports they need is one too many. But the number's nowhere near as high or as scary as people make it out to be. So again, that's where a lot of the nuance comes in of it's horrible that people have turned to MAID because they couldn't get their supports, but it's nowhere near to the level that is fear-mongered about. Looney Tunes, I saw that you gave Auntie K the boot. If somebody starts arguing too much, there is a way to end it without having to give a person the boot, and that is to stop engaging. If you feel the nuances aren't getting through, if you feel like they're purposely being antagonistic, then just stop engaging, because I do value a lot of what she does say in the Sandbox, so I don't want her gone. But I can understand how some people might get a little bit frustrated. Again, part of it is, though, it's a nuanced conversation that needs to happen, that should happen. The Sandbox isn't really the place for it. But I do find her to be a value member of my community. So if you find that you're getting caught up in it, the easiest way is to just stop engaging. Let's see. Jet, be really cool if people decided to work on providing healthcare instead of deciding to legalize assisted self-termination for a broad range of things. Nadia, thank you again. Oh my gosh, another super chat, $10 euros. $10 euros. It's conservative Catholic wing nuttery. People are getting duped into lending it credence because it sounds pro the disabled. The Acton T4 claim being first was wrong too, as LGBT people were the first. I think, yeah, you're talking about assisted death. And there were some issues in Canada with it getting started, religious institutions having issues with it. But the reason why track 2 was pursued was people were claiming the government were denying people with disabilities their rights to access it. Again, it's such a nuanced conversation, and it's an important conversation to have. But it was actually expanded because it was ruled it was denying certain people their right to access the program. And I still need to check in on track 3. I've seen nothing of it. And I'm pretty sure it was supposed to happen this year, but last March it got extended because it was really problematic. And track 3 was that people whose sole condition was mental health issues could apply for MAID. And that got postponed. But from what I recall, it was only going to be postponed a year, so March this year, but I haven't seen anything about it. So it could have been that it was March like next year or something, so I have to look into that a bit more. But there was supposed to be opening it up to people whose sole condition was mental health issues. And again, as somebody who suffers with mental health issues, nuanced conversation there, because there are certain mental health conditions that there are no remedies for that makes life intolerable. Most people will just think, oh, so you're depressed? And it's like, no. There are far more different types of mental health issues out there. But again, the severe issue is it could take me a year to see a professional for help. Like, to add mental health issues to it, when mental health isn't even included in our universal healthcare system, extremely problematic for me for that to be included. And then it's just like, what kind of message is it sending to people? that it becomes more accessible than the supports that you need. And Christy said, just mentioning that Emily Pike was a 14-year-old Native American girl that was found in pieces and bags in the AZ desert. Not a word from the media. I did see that story briefly. And just, it reminded me of too many stories that have happened here in Canada. Far, far, far too many. Oops, it jumped. There we go. Let's see. Though if people are interested, I could see about, again, trying to offer members little perks, like do a live stream about MAID specifically, where I get into the details and the nuances, and then after a while make it a public video. Because again, I have a hard time when it comes to important information, keeping it behind a paywall. And to me, a nuanced conversation about MAID would be very important. But it can be a very upsetting topic to talk about, just like I had planned at one point to talk about suicide openly and have like an entire stream dedicated to just that topic and the nuances and the things around that that often are never discussed because people are afraid to even broach the subject, but it needs to be talked about. Let's see. Mark, did you ever Star Trek DS9? I don't know what you mean by that. I'm a huge fan of it. Had a wonderful person go to my Amazon wish list and buy me the box set of it. Super stoked about that because the box set will have like all the behind the scenes stuff and be super fun and amazing to watch, and I can't wait. Hello, Death of Philippia Augusta. You should reach out to Peacefire Now if you want to be on a show. I do not know who they are. Looney Tunes 9000, you should reach out to Environmental Coffee House soon. Is wanting to book you as a guest. I know she wants to book me, and she knows I know she wants. I'm open to it, so. There was a message on the last Left Past 10 that I sent her way because somebody else had mentioned that she had wanted me on her show, and I let her know that I'm open to it. So that door is open. The Wild West, we need more assisted living options before we go to assisted dying options. Absolutely. The Wild West. Can't believe I just figured out why it's called the Sandbox. What? Because my name is Sandee and this is Left of the Box? So I call it the Sandbox? Yes. And that is why you can now become a member and you can be a feldspar, granite, or quartz because those are all parts of sand. Let's see. What is the, hello, fellow member of the Anti-Dan Anti-Fan Club? The man is a droid? I have no idea what you're talking about there. Oh, hello, Lucy Hayes and their viewers. Welcome to the Sandbox. I'm just about to wrap up. Oh gosh, I can't even imagine what time of the morning it is over there. But yeah, I've been at this for just over 4 hours now. I'm not like one of those streamers that go for 8 hours a day or anything like that. But hey, for all those who are just joining from Lucy Hayes, I now have memberships on my YouTube channel. But thank you so much for sending them over my way. Super appreciate it. Dan GPT. Who's that? Chris Sanderson just came across this channel. What are we talking about? You're coming across at the wrong time. Or the right time. Depends. If you like Canadian politics from a leftist progressive perspective, who is queer, non-binary, living with disabilities and poverty, and speaks in sarcasm only. Very sarcastic one. I am a nonpartisan progressive, as in I don't favor any one party. I look for policy. And there's a Canadian election going on right now that I'm super worried about that I'm trying to cover. Also, I am an artist. I've been working on this drawing now for a little bit of Emma. I still don't know if I'm 100% happy with it, but it is better than where I had left it originally. But I'm still working on it. I would like a better picture of her to work from, is what it is. And then I think the drawing would be much, much better. I also drew this. That there. That was my cat Thumper. He passed away bunches of years ago, but yeah, he was an angel. And I drew that picture of him. And I have a book. And for people who missed it, I was on the Letter Hacks show last Friday at 10 o'clock. And he was to interview me about my book, but I went on as a character from my book. So you get to see me in my vampire garb. Because any excuse I get to dress up as a vampire, I am taking it. But this is my book, Necroplasm. It's a horror book about vampires, and it is loaded with my social and political commentary. And it's available in paperback and ebook. You can find the links in the description box below. But that's the gist of my channel. And then I spend a lot of time chatting to people in the Sandbox. For those of you who don't know, it's called the Sandbox, my chat, because my name is Sandy, and this is Left of the Box. And I also just turned on membership for my channel finally. Bad Lefty is just like bullseye 100% on something. Cool. Yeah. Oh, I guess Dan is a caller into the Binder show or something? Okay. The Wild West. I don't like sand. It's coarse and it's rough and irritating, and it gets everywhere. You see, I did that little because I know the reference. If you're into sci-fi, this is the leftist show for you. See, I got the little Star Trek Klingon book there, and there's an Enterprise over there. And I talk about Star Trek and stuff a lot, and Star Wars and sci-fi, and my cat is named Lanier. One of my cats is named Lanier. If you know the reference, you're going to fit right in here. You're going to fit right in. Rachel Atwood says, gorgeous pick. Thank you. And Bad Lefty, it's beautiful, Sandy. And Chikara, you're so talented, Sandy. Thank you. People can check out my webpage. Where is it? Where is it? Not that one. That one. There we go. Much easier to see that way. Yeah, I had some problems with my camera and setup today, so I'm going to have to try to figure that out and hope it doesn't become an issue again later. But I have some new pictures posted up there. You can buy prints of this drawing. The full-size print of it is $100. But yeah, I stare at it still sometimes because I don't know how I do these drawings. They just happen. I don't know how they happen. It's like I watch them be created on the paper. But seeing it on the camera is like nothing like seeing it up close. Because I think that's why I like this one so much and the Emma one not so much. Because the detail on this close-up is amazing and it's good to study. But the detail close-up on the Emma drawing, there is no detail close-up. Because I didn't have a very detailed picture to work from. And she doesn't have the wrinkles. You know, like there aren't many small details to her face to add, and I really like the small details. So that could actually be part of it, but I feel like this could be better, that I could do a better drawing of her, but I need a better picture of her for that. Let's see. Jet, more blood casts as minuet, please. Rachel Atwood. He interviewed the vampire? Yes, I had a lot of fun with that one. It was fun. Looney Tunes 9000. I wasn't fooled. Minuet was really SandeeLovas left of the box. I saw you making those comments. The Wild West, or maybe Sandy is the human Furiosa. I'm at the bottom of the sandbox. Just want to make sure I haven't missed anyone's super chats. And I've acknowledged all the new members. Thank you so much, everyone, for being so welcoming of... So I just started membership today, and I have Nadia, Dan... Clem and Wanda. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I'll work on getting like fun little badges and things of that sort, but I literally just did this an hour before today's live stream. And I have so much on the go right now. But I just kind of felt maybe it was important to get those wheels started because I didn't get paid from Patreon this month. Oh, it's just the way it goes sometimes. It's just the way it goes. So, people, please go buy my book, e-version and paperback, because it helps it in the algorithms if you buy them. Of course, that would make sense. And if you're regulars on other people's shows, please, shout me out on them and try to get me to go onto their shows, because I would like to go on other people's shows to help. I've been kind of fluctuating right around the mark of subscribers that I have right now. And it's like in a dream come true. I was hoping to have 100,000 subscribers by the time the federal election came around. It'd be nice to have over 8,000 at this point, because I've just been fluctuating right below 8,000 for quite some time. So it'd be nice to get a boost to get over there and see my channel grow. Just get the progressive message out to more people. I imagine now that I've opened up memberships that will happen because YouTube will like me more. But I still need to eat dinner and do all that sort of stuff. So I should probably do this. Ha ha ha. I think it is a lot easier to see this way. And I have another project that I'm almost done with, hopefully almost done with. I'm just waiting on something very important for this project. It's the other book that I keep on talking about that I can't talk about. That I so desperately want to talk about, but I can't. Just again, it's if you were to know which book it is, you would understand that there's reasons why I have to keep my name away from it, just for safety's sake. But I so desperately want to talk about it. Luckily, there is a group of people I can talk to about it. But since I'm a live streamer and I talk about my life, this is part of my life that I want to talk about. I'm just waiting on the cover. I have the proof. I'm almost done going through the first proof, but it's a proof with a placeholder cover, so that I could just read it and start making all the corrections and stuff. And I'm almost through it, but it's a longer book than my Necroplasm book, so it's taking a while. But it's so close, and I desperately want to get it out in the next couple weeks for reasons. But I can't. If my channel gets over 100,000 subscribers, I will tell you which book it is. Or if my book gets picked up by like Amazon Prime or something of that sort, I will tell you which book it is. But yeah, that book has been a 10-year-long project. So now that I'm kind of like hyper focused on getting it done, I need to use it and get it done. And then focus on the election, getting that done with, and then get that stupid TYT video of mine done so I can get that out of my brain and I can just relax and focus on just making more live streams and clipping and things of that sort and growing my channel. Oh, but yeah, please become a patron and hopefully I'll get paid eventually. I imagine it should get sorted out soon. But if you're more comfortable becoming a YouTube member, do that as well. I just get worried that YouTube will then just demonetize my channel. So I like to diversify how I get my payments. Also, if I move that, ongoing help with Frodo's vet bills would be appreciated. Frodo, no, come here. He was just in the room. That cat is doing amazing for an 18-year-old. Knock on wood or anything resembling it. He is my world, but he does need daily medication, so he has ongoing vet bills. Any help with that is greatly appreciated through the PayPal link in the description box below, or if you're Canadian, an e-transfer to SandeeLovas@gmail.com. Abernathy, are you going to come here? And Abernathy just walked in and walked out. Normally he's far more annoying and will want up on my lap. But you all got to see Lanier earlier. Oh, here we go. Come on, you little chunker. There we go. There we go. We have an Abernathy. Ooh, big kitty, big kitty. Say hi to the camera. And yeah, I was trying to say goodbye to everyone. My next live stream, I'm trying to at least keep it consistent to Sunday evenings. I want to do more, but the other projects need to get done first. I'm hoping I can find someone to live stream with on election night, which is the 28th. It's Monday, but I'm horrible at networking. And so we'll see. Hi, Lanier. Lanier is here too. And he's a normal sized kitty. Well, ow. And he likes to jump on my lap, even though Abernathy was already there. There we go. There we go. You guys say hi. You guys say hi. You guys say hi. And I lost my train of thought, trying to say goodbye to everyone. yeah, so I have those projects on the go that I really want to get done. Yeah, I do need to trim the clouds more. Okay, just checking the sandbox. Jake TM, where does Carney pay his taxes? I think he's a dual citizen between Canada and Britain, so probably a bit to both, and depending on whatever tax haven he's using. Do I ever use redirect? I've tried, I think. Like rating by YouTube. Well, I have it available for my channel. Lucy Hayes rated my channel earlier on YouTube, which is super appreciate. But I don't know how to do it. Okay, yeah. Oh, her meteorologist saying he gave his UK citizenship back. Okay. Yeah, so I need to go like eat dinner and things of that sort because I'm hungry. And I'm getting distracted by the sandbox. I can probably Google it. I just don't have the energy to think about it right now. Death of Felipe Augusta. I can probably Google how to do it. I'm just exhausted right now, so it's not going to happen now. And I already had things I had to Google right before getting on to try to figure out. And it's not technically fixed, but hopefully by next time. Actually, let's see. So, yeah. Check out my book. Thank you to everyone who's already become a patron, who's become a member today. Send in super chats. It all really, really helps. Follow me on these social medias here. And yeah, and then if you want prints of this drawing here. Are available. Full-size prints of it, and prints of the drawing I did of Dan are also available too, for people who want them. And yeah, I think that's thank you for everyone who's just checking out the channel too. I super appreciate it. Good conversations today. So I think, did I say thank you to everyone? The mods, thank you. And I think with that, yes, Monop. I tend to misread things too, and I feel this one right now. LOL. I read "add" as ADD, like attention deficit disorder, which I'm feeling right now. And Soul Life saying, "And I hope to see you again. I'm sorry this one was unpleasant." Yeah, just be mindful. Ooh, I can make pride emotes. I can make custom badges. I need to work on it. I'm getting distracted again, and I'm hungry. So, salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.